Chapter 684. Oh! Han Shoror looked at the shop assistant with interest, unable to guess what she meant. He asked with a smile, "How did you know I would be interested? You have enough crystal coins and care so much about the power of destruction. I believe you wouldn't mind spending a large sum of money to buy a scroll that you really need. I can guarantee you that my scroll is more useful than anything here." The young girl was unhurried as she said with a smile, "How much are you selling your scroll for? I'll say this first, if it's not worth that price, I'll ask for a refund." Han Shoror said as he stared at her after thinking for a moment. "No problem. If you don't think it's worth it, I'm willing to return the crystal coins to you." The young girl was full of confidence. She looked left and right to ensure that no one was paying attention to her before carefully taking out a yellowed divine scroll. This scroll looked like it had been repeatedly flipped through. 40 purple crystal coins, not one less. The young girl waved the scroll in front of Han Shoror and said with a stern expression, "Here, 40 purple crystal coins, here you go." Han Shoror took out 40 purple crystal coins and handed them to her, thinking that the price of this scroll was really high. 40 purple crystal coins could be exchanged for a lot of things. It wasn't a small amount. "I'll give you the scroll. You won't be disappointed, I promise." The young girl handed the yellowed scroll to Han Shoror, full of confidence. Han Shoror didn't know where the young girl's confidence came from. He opened the scroll and quickly memorized the contents on it. The yellowed divine scroll was suddenly burned to ashes. "There's no way I can return it now," the young girl hurriedly argued when she saw Han Shoror burn the divine scroll to ashes. "Those 40 purple crystal coins belong to you," Han Shoror said in a deep voice as he looked deeply at the young girl. "Do you still want to look at other things?" The young girl smiled lightly and pointed to the other scrolls below the barrier. "No need." Han Shoror shook his head and pondered for a moment before asking again, "How did you get the scroll you sold me?" "I'm sorry, I can't tell you about that." The young girl put on a vigilant face and reminded Han Shoror, "You don't need to know where it came from. I don't know what's written on it, so there's no point asking me." Han Shoror nodded and sized her up a few more times before saying, "Goodbye." The scroll that the young girl sold recorded the method to devour the energy of a god of destruction. Han Shoror didn't understand why she would sell it. The method to devour the energy of a god of the same element was very easy even without guidance. However, it wasn't easy to grasp the method of devouring the 4 great addictal forces. Every element was different, and if one didn't know anything about it, they wouldn't be able to devour even if a god of the same element was placed in front of them. Only the god hunters knew how to devour the 4 addictal forces. They were the targets of persecution across Elysium. Most people had no chance of learning it. What surprised Han Shoror was that the divine scroll in the girl's hand actually recorded the detailed usage of the devouring power of destruction. Therefore, Han Shoror only glanced at it once before immediately burning it to ashes. After all, this kind of thing was clearly forbidden. Han Shoror wasn't sure if the girl knew the contents of the scroll. She cultivated the power of darkness, and her strength was too low. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have been able to understand what was written on the scroll. However, when she sold the scroll to Han Shoror, she was very confident. It was as if she knew the contents of the scroll. This made Han Shoror very confused. With such doubts in mind, Han Shoror left the scroll shop, but left a mystical demon there to observe the situation. In just half a day's time, Han Shoror discovered that the girl had sold a few more scrolls to other people using the same method. They were all cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. She seemed to have an endless supply of scrolls. Based on the mystical demon's observation, Han Shoror discovered that the scrolls she sold contained exactly the same content as the one he bought with 40 purple crystal coins. They were all about the usage of the devouring power of destruction. Han Shoror grew suspicious of this young lady. One of his mystical demons followed her closely. He discovered that when night fell, she met a sinister old man behind the shop. That old man was sitting on an armchair that was constantly rocking. He possessed mid-stage mid-god strength of darkness. He narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at the young lady. The girl who was smiling in front of Han Shoror suddenly put on a fearful face when she saw that old man. She respectfully reported, "Lord Raman, we have sold a total of 7 scrolls today." The old man named Raman put on a sinister smile and said, "That's right. 7 in total. How many do you think will succumb to the temptation and become the new blood of our God Hunter Alliance?" "I have no idea." The girl shook her head. "Haha, this is a very interesting guess. I look forward to it. If it wasn't for the fact that the devouring power of destruction is rather difficult to master, we wouldn't have to do this. There are too few cultivators of the Edict of Destruction in the Alliance. We have no choice but to use this method to recruit new blood. Those who are usually oppressed only follow the rules because they haven't mastered the devouring power of destruction. But once they learn how to use the energy of destruction to devour those of the same energy, the temptation will nibble away at their willpower and make them fall to our side," said Raman with a sinister smile. "My lord, there are some who have started to suspect me after seeing the devouring method on the scrolls. If they were to report us to the House of Croton, I'm afraid that we will be in trouble," said the girl worriedly after pondering for a moment. "Don't worry, I have already dealt with those people. There won't be any trouble. Besides, this little Fort Verka doesn't have many true experts. Even if we are discovered, we can easily escape," said Raman calmly. Raman was calm and unruffled. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a low, lascivious laugh and pulled the girl into his arms. Very quickly, he stripped her naked and made her ride on his waist with her legs spread wide open. Then, she began rocking with the support of the chair. Han Shoror recalled his mystical demons and understood the whole story. He didn't expect that the God Hunters would also form an alliance. Raman's task was to recruit new God Hunters. It was easy for gods cultivating in elemental energy to devour the energy of others. But it was somewhat more troublesome for gods cultivating in the Edict of 4 Edicts. In order to recruit more gods cultivating in the Edict of Destruction, Raman adopted the method of devouring power, waiting for some of them to succumb to the temptation and throw themselves into the arms of the God Hunters. This was the first time Han Shoror had heard of the God Hunter Alliance. Donna had never mentioned it to him before. The God Hunters could be said to be the public enemy of Elysium. Any overgod in their dominions would go all out to eliminate this group of lunatics. If they were to make even the slightest mistake in a major city, they would face a devastating attack. Every city had a sufficient number of divine guards and powerful leaders. Those God Hunters wouldn't dare to recruit new blood so recklessly in major cities. Only in strongholds like Verka, where the defenses weren't as tight, would they be able to easily escape even if they were exposed. They wouldn't be caught and killed on the spot. Raman was one of them. Han Shoror didn't know how high his position in the God Hunter Alliance was. In addition to the fact that Raman cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness, Han Shoror wasn't too interested in him. Although the God Hunter Alliance was extremely vicious, they had never harmed Han Shoror in any way. Therefore, after learning the ins and outs of the matter, Han Shoror didn't pay too much attention to them and didn't intend to get involved in their business. Han Shoror silently recalled the mystical demon that had crossed Raman's barrier of darkness. Instead of immediately setting off for the City of Shadows, Han Shoror found a gymnasium and stayed there for the time being. He wanted to study how to condense and attack the Orb of Destruction. As long as one paid enough crystal coins, one could use any of the many training fields in Fort Verka. Han Shoror used 3 purple crystal coins to rent a training field that covered an area of 1,000 square meters and was equipped with an isolation boundary. The lease was for half a year. According to the method of condensing the Orb of Destruction written on the scroll, Han Shoror used 2 months to successfully compress the divine energy in his body and form an orb that emitted intense energy of destruction. The orb was only the size of a palm and was pitch black in color. There seemed to be liquid divine energy flowing within it. After successfully condensing the Orb of Destruction, 1/5 of the divine energy in Han Shoror's body was extracted and concentrated on the Edict of Destruction. Han Shoror tried to manipulate the Orb of Destruction according to the trajectory of the Edict of Destruction recorded on the scroll but couldn't get the hang of it. He knew that the person who made the scroll had deliberately distorted some of the details so that people wouldn't be able to unleash the full might of the Orb of Destruction. Han Shuor's consciousness was powerful and he was very patient. He believed that as long as he kept experimenting with the orb of destruction using the marvelous power of his consciousness, he would be able to find the most appropriate way to use it. On this day, as Han Shuor was still experimenting with new ways to manipulate the orb of destruction in the gymnasium, a jingle suddenly sounded in front of the gymnasium. Han Shuor immediately sent his avatar of destruction into the cauldron of myriad demon. Puzzled, he went to the gymnasium and asked, "Zoya, didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me?" "My apologies, there are a few lords who wish to see you," said Zoya helplessly. He was in charge of this gymnasium. According to the rules, as long as the user paid the required fee, they shouldn't disturb the user. "You are Brian. You cultivate in the energy of destruction, right?" asked a graceful young woman with long red hair that cascaded down her back. She took a deep look at Han Shuor before asking. "That's right. What can I do for you?" asked Han Shuor puzzledly. He could tell that this woman also cultivated in the energy of destruction and was a late-stage low god. Her realm was slightly higher than that of Han Shuor's avatar. Recently, many cultivators of the Edict of Destruction in Fort Verka had their divine energy devoured and died. Those people must have died in the hands of cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. "I have been ordered to investigate any suspicious individuals. Come with me," she explained briefly before she turned around and walked towards the exit. The divine guards behind her gestured for Han Shuor to follow them. Chapter 685. After hearing those words, Han Shuor could roughly guess what was going on. The scrolls that Raman had secretly distributed must have taken effect. Someone must have failed to resist the temptation and attempted to devour another cultivator of the Edict of Destruction. Han Shuor did not take a single step out of the gymnasium, nor did he release his mystical demons to spy on the situation in Fort Verka. He had no idea what the situation was like. However, judging from how the House of Croton had mobilized such a large force to interrogate any cultivator of the Edict of Destruction, the situation should be very bad. After pondering silently for a moment, Han Shuor became rather curious as to how they were going to interrogate him. Therefore, he followed the woman and left the gymnasium. After exiting the gymnasium, Han Shuor immediately discovered that there were a few other cultivators of the Edict of Destruction waiting outside. They were not wearing the special armor of divine guards and were likely to be interrogated just like Han Shuor. "Come with me. We just want to figure out the situation. We won't take up too much of your time." After bringing Han Shuor to the gymnasium, the woman with long fiery red hair pondered for a moment before she spoke. "Miss Eunice, what's the situation?" Recently, mournful and strange howls have been frequently heard in Fort Verka at night. Could it be that the god hunters have invaded in large numbers? A burly man asked worriedly as he looked at the red-haired woman. The red-haired woman named Eunice swept her gaze across the few low gods of destruction, including Han Shuor. She said in a cold and indifferent manner, "This is Fort Verka under the protection of our House of Croton. Would the god hunters dare to be impudent in broad daylight? But what is certain is that there are indeed god hunters inside the fort. They might even be some of you. If we don't interrogate them properly and they cause a few more incidents, the people will indeed be in a state of panic." Han Shuor sneered in his mind. Having heard Raman's conversation, Han Shuor knew that Raman did not attach any importance to the House of Croton at all. That was why he was acting in Fort Verka. Eunice should be a member of the House of Croton. It appeared that she did not know how difficult the opponent they were about to face would be. Miss Eunice is right. The god hunters wouldn't dare to come out in broad daylight. Another person said with righteous indignation, "Those damnable god hunters deserve to be punished. If I, Lacey, were to encounter those god hunters, I will definitely teach them a lesson. It's good enough that you're still alive. Don't talk big in front of me." Among those who died, one of them was a late-stage low god. With your strength of a mid-stage low god, you are nothing but their prey. Eunice mocked him with disdain. The man laughed awkwardly and did not refute. He seemed to be afraid of Eunice. "What?" The burly man who first asked the question cried out in surprise, Even a late-stage low god has been killed. That's right. That's why all of you must be careful. Don't be arrogant and think that you can handle it. If you encounter anyone suspicious, you should immediately shout for help. The divine guards have been patrolling the area recently. They will arrive very soon. After saying those words, Eunice added, but before that, I want to make sure that all of you are innocent. If you happen to be a god hunter, I will kill you with my own hands, no matter who you are. Those who knew of Eunice's identity and strength became as quiet as cicadas in winter after hearing those words. They seemed to be very afraid of this red-haired woman. Miss Eunice, the interrogation is done. We can go now. A divine guard beside her suddenly said to Eunice while fiddling with a miniature compass on his left wrist. Everyone, follow me. If anyone dares to leave halfway, I will treat him as a god hunter and kill him on the spot. Take care. Eunice waved her hand and led the party towards the center of Fort Verka. The party, including Han Shoror, silently followed behind Eunice. Soon enough, Eunice led Han Shoror and the party to the largest gymnasium in Fort Verka. This gymnasium was managed by the House of Croton. It occupied a vast area and was fully equipped with all kinds of facilities. Eunice led Han Shoror and the party to the gymnasium. Han Shoror discovered that there were more than 70 people in the gymnasium. Most of them cultivated in the energy of destruction. Those who did not were divine guards of the House of Croton. Uncle, how is it? Eunice walked straight to a tall and skinny middle-aged man with a full beard. I didn't discover any problems. How strange, Barnett shook his head. His eyes were looking back and forth at Han Shoror and the others as he spoke. Let's test them, Eunice sighed helplessly. Eunice helplessly let out a soft sigh. She turned to Han Shoror and the others and shouted, one by one according to the sequence. This will test whether the divine energy in your body is pure or not. As long as there are no impurities in your divine energy, you may leave. To devour the divine energy of others, there was a process of fusing it with one's own divine energy. Before the process was complete, the divine energy in one's body would contain impurities. Han Shoror was well aware of this. Han Shoror looked at the miniature energy tower on Barnett's platform and sensed it for a moment. He immediately realized that the miniature energy tower could absorb divine energy and had the function of directly projecting the divine energy into the tower. One by one, the party placed their hands on the energy tower and injected a strand of divine energy into it. Once divine energy entered the tower, the energy tower would radiate a faint white light. This meant that the divine energy that was injected into the tower was pure and without any impurities. The first few didn't have any problems and the energy tower reacted normally. When it was Han Shoror's turn, Han Shoror calmly put a smile on his face as he placed his hand on the energy tower and infused a thread of divine energy into it. However, the energy tower that had been radiating a faint white light suddenly flickered for a moment. The white light gradually turned grey. Han Shoror was stunned. Before he could explain, Barnett and Eunice shouted in unison, "God hunters!" The two exclamations were extremely ear-piercing in the quiet gymnasium. The gazes of everyone in the gymnasium immediately gathered on Han Shoror. After Barnett and Eunice shouted, they surrounded Han Shoror as if they had a tacit understanding. Some of the Fort Verka divine guards also rapidly gathered around them. Han Shoror suddenly found himself unable to move an inch. What's going on? Didn't you say that the avatar of destruction has been cleansed of all impurities? Han Shoror hastily transmitted to the cauldron spirit in an attempt to figure out what was going on. 2 seconds later, the cauldron spirit replied, that avatar's body is indeed free of impurities. However, that avatar is refined from the Demon Slayer edge and the Demon Slayer edge is infused with your blood essence. This is something that cannot be changed. That must be the reason why the rock is glowing. Han Shoror immediately understood what was going on after hearing the cauldron spirit's explanation. The avatar was indeed refined from the Demon Slayer edge. According to the cauldron spirit, the blood essence of demonic arts cultivators is extremely special. It was only natural that the energy tower would detect the impurities in Han Shoror's divine energy. This was something that Han Shoror did not expect. That was why he boldly injected his divine energy into the rock. Little did he expect that such a huge mishap would occur. After communicating with the cauldron spirit, Han-Shor discovered that he had fallen into a tight encirclement. Barnet and Eunice wore gloomy faces as they stared at Han-Shor. Barnet asked in a cold and sinister voice, "How many accomplices do you have? As long as you cooperate with us, we will let you die a little more comfortably." Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Han-Shor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the divine guards surrounding him and explained with a bitter smile. "The evidence is conclusive. This is definitely not a misunderstanding." Eunice coldly shouted and continued, "Over the past few months, a total of 13 destruction energy cultivators have died in Fort Verka. All of them were killed by someone who devoured their divine energy. How dare you say that this is a misunderstanding? Kill him. Those damned god hunters. Miss Eunice, kill him in the cruelest way possible. My wife was killed by them. I want revenge. My younger brother was also killed by them." Everyone in the gymnasium was glaring at Han-Shor in rage. Some of them had relatives and friends who were killed by the divine energy. They charged at Han-Shor with all their might. If it weren't for the Fort Verka divine guards holding them back, they would have fought to the death with Han-Shor. Han-Shor could sense the fury of those people. He finally realized why the god hunters had been operating in secret all this time and did not dare to operate in major cities. Han-Shor understood that if he couldn't explain the matter clearly, he might not be able to walk out of the gymnasium alive. Even if he escaped using demonic disassembly, he would not be able to establish a foothold on Elysium with his divine tablet. "It's a misunderstanding, it really is a misunderstanding," Han-Shor explained in a bitter smile. "Youngster, you still dare to quibble at this point? Hihi, don't tell me you want me to kill you and dig out all the secrets in your soul." Barnet sneered sinisterly. He was a mid-god cultivating in the energy of death and he had his own way of doing things. "I really am not a god hunter," replied Han-Shor in a bitter smile. "Then how do you explain the anomaly in the energy towers?" asked Eunice impatiently. She was ready to attack at any moment. "I cultivate in 2 energies. There are 2 types of divine energies in my body. That is why this anomaly occurred," Han-Shor hastily explained. He immediately deployed the divine energy of his avatar of death and formed a domain of divinity around him. Then, his divine energy changed and the domain of divinity changed from the energy of death to the energy of destruction. "Huh!" the crowd exclaimed in surprise. They started sizing up Han-Shor with strange gazes. Barnet waved his hand and gestured for the divine guards to step back. "I didn't expect that there would be an idiot like you who cultivates in 2 energies at the same time. You will only achieve nothing by doing that. Worse still, the 2 energies will clash and you will die," said Eunice to Han-Shor as though she was looking at an idiot. Then, she turned to Barnet and asked, "Uncle, such an idiot can't be a god hunter, right?" "Definitely not." Barnet nodded in agreement. He then turned to Han-Shor and said, "All right, you may leave now." Han-Shor put on a bitter smile. Just as he was about to return to his room and continue cultivating the orb of destruction, he suddenly discovered that Rahman had brought a few people to the gymnasium. Those people, just like Han-Shor, had obtained the special scrolls from that shop. Chapter 686. Rahman was the most frightening god hunter leader that Han-Shor knew of in Fort Verka. For such a character to suddenly appear in a gymnasium specially designed to test god hunters, there was definitely something fishy going on. Han-Shor retreated from the energy tower in front of Barnet. He was in no hurry to leave but carefully observed Rahman and the others' actions. He wanted to know what these true god hunters were up to by coming here. At present, there were 87 people gathered in the largest gymnasium. Other than 21 divine guards from the House of Croton, the rest were cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. Only half of those who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction had passed the test. Those who passed the test were not in a hurry to leave but were observing the situation in the energy tower in front of Barnet. As cultivators of the Edict of Destruction, They were not in a hurry to leave because the god hunters roaming around Fort Verka had become a threat to their lives. They wanted the House of Croton to figure out the situation and capture those god hunters. After all, as long as the god hunters were not captured, they, as cultivators of the Edict of Destruction, would become the targets of those god hunters. The feeling of being treated as prey was not a good feeling for anyone. It could be said that basically all the low gods of destruction in Fort Verka had gathered in this gymnasium. Han Shoror was certain that there were god hunters among them. The reason why the energy tower could not detect them was because they had completely fused the divine energy they had absorbed with themselves. Han Shoror carefully observed the crowd and discovered that the eyes of the dozen or so low gods of destruction who were originally in the gymnasium started to flicker when they saw Raman and the others. They secretly communicated with Raman and the others with their eyes, as though they were preparing for something. Han Shoror immediately realized that something was about to happen in this gymnasium. He was in even more of a hurry to leave. Raman, why are you here? You cultivate in the energy of darkness. There won't be any problems. Barnett recognized Raman and shouted at the approaching Raman. Haha, I brought my friend here to take the test. I'm just cooperating with you, replied Raman with a warm smile. He did not look as cold and sinister as he did back in the shop. It seemed that this man was very good at disguising himself. Thank you. Barnett expressed his gratitude and instructed the divine guards in front of him, make way. Let Raman and his friends come first. Raman was a mid-god. But no matter where one was, powerful people would always enjoy special privileges. There were only so many mid-gods in Fort Verka. As a member of the House of Croton, it was normal for Barnett to be familiar with Raman. Raman led a few people who cultivated in the energy of destruction through the crowd and arrived in front of Barnett. Like Han Shoror, those who had seen the scroll that Raman had deliberately distributed but did not rebuke him on the spot had all infused their divine energy into the energy tower. The energy tower then emitted white light as usual, indicating that they were fine. But Han Shoror was almost certain that the people who came with Raman were the culprits of the murders in Fort Verka. The fact that the energy towers didn't emit white light could only mean that they had fused with the divine powers. There's no problem. I believe Raman is your friend. He wouldn't do something so suicidal. Banite nodded. He seemed to be very familiar with Raman. Of course. Raman laughed heartily. However, his eyes were roving all over Eunice's body. He smilingly said, Miss Eunice, you have been working hard these past few days. Those matters must have troubled you, haven't they? There was a trace of lecherous glint in his eyes as he looked at Eunice. Those without keen senses like Han Shoror would not have noticed it. As a member of the House of Croton, this is what I should do. There's no need to talk about hard work, said Eunice coldly. For some reason, she had an instinctive disgust for Raman. Every time she saw him, she would feel uncomfortable all over. Miss Eunice, if there's anything you need my help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Raman's eyes roamed all over Eunice's body. His gaze lingered on her chest for the longest time. No need. Eunice coldly snorted and flatly refused. Women were very perceptive in this regard. She had long known that Raman had lusted after her. She was also aware of the sordid affair between Raman and the salesgirl in the store. Therefore, she was very disgusted with Raman. No matter how Raman tried to please her, she would never show him any kindness. Raman did not get angry. He merely laughed dryly. When he lowered his head, a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. All right, Raman. You may leave with your friend. Barnett smiled faintly. He was also aware of Raman's feelings for Eunice. However, as the House of Croton was in charge of everything in Fort Verka, he was not afraid that Raman would dare to do anything immoral to Eunice. Raman nodded and turned to leave. Along the way, he kept exchanging glances with some of the people in the crowd. Those who met Raman's gaze all nodded almost imperceptibly, as if telling Raman that everything was ready. Han Shoror carefully kept his guard up as he observed every little action of those people. He knew that a good show was about to unfold. Han Shoror, who possessed true strength that allowed him to be unafraid of a late-stage mid-god, was not the least bit worried about his own safety. Instead, He wanted to see what Raman was going to do. Under Han Shoror's watchful eyes, Raman had arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium and was about to leave. Han Shoror was astounded. He thought, did I make a wrong judgment? Could it be that Raman has no intention of doing anything here? Right at this moment, while most of the people's attention was once again focused on the energy tower in front of Barnett, a dark golden sphere suddenly appeared in Raman's hand. Barnett, Eunice, and the other members of the House of Croton were busy testing the others and did not notice Raman at all. Raman did not let Han Shoror wait a second longer. He immediately tossed the dark golden sphere into the air. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of destruction violently gushed out from the sphere. It flooded every corner of the gymnasium like a breached dam and formed a domain of divinity that enveloped the entire gymnasium. What's going on? The gymnasium was filled with cries of alarm. There were so many people cultivating in the energy of destruction, and the gymnasium was so small. The terrifying energy of destruction that suddenly erupted immediately caused the crowd to gasp in bewilderment. Goddammit, who deployed his domain of divinity? Some of the people who couldn't figure out what was going on cursed. Barnett, who was testing at the energy tower, suddenly had a huge change in expression. He cried out in alarm, "Who is it? This is Fort Verka under the City of Shadows. Who dares to be so presumptuous here?" Barnett could sense that the aura of destruction that suddenly erupted in the gymnasium was not something he could withstand. "Uncle, the intruder is very terrifying. I have never felt such terrifying energy of destruction." Eunice, who was relatively calm, softly shouted to Barnett. She was on high alert as though she was facing a formidable enemy. The dark golden sphere floating above the gymnasium continued to release the aura of destruction. It formed a domain of divinity that enveloped the entire gymnasium. When the crowd discovered that the intruder was the dark golden sphere floating above their heads, they raised their heads to look at it. Suddenly, ink-black spheres of light flew out from the dark golden sphere and flew toward the boundary above the gymnasium. Those ink-black spheres of light attached themselves to the boundary above the gymnasium and started moving at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the spheres of light passed, they would leave behind trails of electricity that changed the structure of the boundary above the gymnasium. The aura of destruction in the gymnasium grew denser and denser. Han Shoror was greatly astonished. His eyes were glistening as he stared at the boundary. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. The energy of destruction contained in the ink-black spheres of light that flew out from the dark golden sphere was too obvious and too concentrated. Han Shoror, who had been secretly cultivating the orb of destruction for some time, could immediately tell that those ink-black spheres of light were orbs of destruction. The orbs of destruction were constantly flying above the boundary, leaving behind trails of black electricity that changed the structure of the boundary. This caused Han Shoror to be even more puzzled. The scrolls that Han Shoror used to cultivate the orb of destruction came from Raman's scroll shop. This made Han Shoror even more puzzled. "Who are you? Show yourself," Barnett shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was extremely penetrating. It appeared that he was trying to attract the attention of the divine guards outside the gymnasium. "It's useless. No one will be able to hear anything that happens here. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, your voice won't be able to penetrate the barrier." Raman suddenly walked back the way he came, a sinister smile on his face. He had a calm expression on his face. "It's you," Eunice cried out in surprise. Her pretty face was ice-cold as she asked, "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our Fort Verka?" "Miss Eunice, you will soon know who I am. Hehe, when I have you under my crotch and toy with you, I will slowly tell you everything." Raman no longer concealed his lustful thoughts towards Eunice. He started laughing in an unbridled manner. "Shameless." Eunice clenched her teeth and shouted angrily in response to Raman's lustful gaze and impudent words. "Raman, do you know what the consequences of making an enemy of the House of Croton will be?" Barnett took a deep breath to steady his anger that was about to explode at any moment. He stared at Raman and asked in a calm manner. Raman nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, chuckled sinisterly. "Do you really think that a puny House of Croton is worthy of our attention? Poor Barnett, you think too highly of the House of Croton. As Raman spoke, more than 20 people who cultivated in the energy of destruction walked out from the crowd one after another. They stood beside Raman and made their stand clear. God hunters. They are all God hunters. Eunice suddenly came to a realization. She pointed at the 20 or so people and shouted. She was so angry that her body was trembling. She secretly blamed herself for not discovering their identities earlier. Those people standing beside Raman coldly faced Eunice's accusation and did not utter a word. Kill them. Those damned God hunters. Their existence is our nightmare. Lacey, who was once brought here by Eunice along with Han Shoror, shouted in righteous indignation. He had been fawning over Eunice all this time and it was obvious that he adored her. Now was the perfect opportunity to stand up for her. After he shouted, those victims who cultivated in the energy of destruction immediately responded. Although Raman's side had more than 20 God hunters who cultivated in the energy of destruction, Barnett and Eunice had more than 20 divine guards. In addition to those who were not God hunters, Raman and Eunice's side had more than 20 divine guards. When Eunice saw that Lacey had taken the lead to help her, she smiled at him as a way of expressing her gratitude. Lacey became even more excited after seeing Eunice's smile. He took the lead and walked towards Raman and the others. It seemed that he was prepared to take the lead and win Eunice's favor. Idiot. Han Shoror cursed in his mind. He thought to himself, if Raman dares to reveal his identity with so few people, it means that victory is already in his grasp. But this Lacey, in order to win Eunice's favor, is he tired of living? Just as Han Shoror expected, before Lacey could reach Raman, 3 orbs of destruction fell from the sky in a crisscross pattern and instantly bombarded Lacey's body. He let out a miserable shriek. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lacey's divine body abnormally swelled up. His bony body suddenly expanded to 3 times its original size and was still expanding. Poof! A muffled explosion sounded from his body. Lacey's divine body that had expanded to its limit shriveled up at an even faster rate. He collapsed to the ground as though he was boneless. Blood flowed out from every pore of his divine body. Impulsive youngsters usually don't come to a good end, Raman softly concluded. Soon after, he put on a sinister smile and said, "Why would we show ourselves if we weren't absolutely certain? What do you guys think?" Upon hearing those words, the group of people that had followed Lacey and were about to attack Raman and the others came to a sudden halt. After thinking for a moment, none of them dared to act rashly. It wasn't easy for us to create such an opportunity to gather all those who cultivate in the edict of destruction together. This is all out of good intentions. As long as you all cooperate with me, I believe that most of you will be fine. Raman nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the group had stopped advancing. Raman, we will not compromise with you. God hunters are nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. Don't even think of making us join your evil deed, shouted Barnett in a cold voice. He took the lead and walked towards Raman. The divine guards of the House of Croton and Eunice immediately followed behind him. It's not up to you to decide whether or not you will join us in our evil deed. Raman put on a mocking smile. He pointed at the god hunters behind him who also cultivated in the edict of destruction and said, in the past, they didn't know how to use the energy of destruction to devour others. That was why they were content with the status quo. But look, after I told them the method, didn't they become the same kind of people as us? Barnett, you've never tasted that wonderful feeling, that's why you're saying that. If you've used the power of death to devour someone, you'll know that it's the most memorable feeling. Do you want to try it? I want to know what it feels like to kill you. Barnett was not swayed by Raman's words. He resolutely walked towards Raman. Barnett, don't be so impulsive. Don't you want to know what I am trying to do? Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Raman resorted to another method, to pique Barnett's curiosity. Clearly, Raman's method was effective. Barnett stopped, stared at Raman, and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "You will know very soon." Raman proudly pointed at the boundary that enveloped them and shouted to the crowd, "The boundary is shrinking. If you don't want to die, gather at the center. I will bring you to a place where you can escape the fate of being bombarded by the energy of destruction on the boundary. Upon hearing those words, the crowd raised their heads and looked at the sky. Sure enough, they discovered that it was just as Raman said. The boundary that looked like an enormous cover that completely sealed off the gymnasium was shrinking bit by bit as the orbs of destruction rolled down. Thin and long electric sparks were leaping on the surface of the boundary, forming waves of energy of destruction. The dark golden sphere that had been hovering motionlessly above their heads had stopped spewing orbs of destruction. It was like an eye coldly looking down at the crowd, giving off a terrifying pressure. By now, Han Shoror, who was hiding among the crowd, was almost certain that the dark golden sphere was an extremely powerful divine weapon and its owner was absolutely a terrifying high god cultivating in the energy of destruction. Only a divine weapon in the hands of a high god could produce such a terrifying effect. There were approximately 300 orbs of destruction drifting out from the dark golden sphere. All of them attached themselves to the boundary and revolved. Based on what Han Shoror knew about the scroll, he believed that the owner of the dark golden sphere was the person who produced the scroll and mastered the orbs of destruction. It was precisely with this understanding that Han Shoror, who could use the Earth elite zombie to leave from the depths of the Earth, didn't take advantage of the chaos to escape. Instead, he boldly mingled in the crowd and watched the development of the situation without batting an eyelid. The boundary outside the gymnasium was still shrinking. Raman, who was standing at the center of the gymnasium, had erected another bidirectional spacetime portal. The bidirectional spacetime portal was a special divine weapon used for short-distance teleportation. It was manufactured by mighty gods cultivating in the Edict of Space and was extremely precious. By utilizing the bidirectional spacetime portal, two people who owned two portals could freely travel back and forth to meet each other. The original creator of the bidirectional spacetime portal was to make it convenient for a couple in a foreign land to meet each other. That couple did not cultivate in the same energy. One cultivated in a secret location in the north of Elysium that was rich in elemental energy, while the other cultivated in the south of Elysium that was rich in elemental energy. If the couple wished to meet each other, they would have to travel across more than half of Elysium. That was how the bidirectional spacetime portal came into being. Although the bidirectional spacetime portal could not be used for interplanar teleportation, it could be carried around and was very convenient. As the materials needed to construct the bidirectional spacetime portal were rather precious and could only be manufactured by high gods cultivating in the Edict of Space, the bidirectional spacetime portal was exceedingly precious and ordinary people could not possibly own one. Raman was just a mid-god of darkness. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to own such a precious bidirectional spacetime portal. As soon as Raman erected the bidirectional spacetime portal, Han Shoror immediately realized that it must have belonged to the owner of the dark golden sphere. While Han Shoror was pondering, Raman laughed loudly and pointed at the opened portal. He smilingly said, "Go in if you don't want to die. Barnett, if you want to know what's going on, you have to go in too. I don't mind telling you that the boundary around here was created by a high god divine weapon. If you don't go in, you will die. PH, I'll go in and see what you're up to." Barnett coldly groaned and strode into the portal. However, he seemed to have lost some of his confidence. Han Shoror knew that he had no other choice. "Little beauty, you go first. I'll be with you shortly," said Raman with a big smile when it was Eunice's turn. Pooh. Eunice could not restrain the disgust in her heart. She spat on Raman's face to make her stand clear. But when Eunice spat on Raman's face, she panicked. By then, her uncle Barnett had already entered the portal. Most of the people who stayed behind were on Raman's side. She was afraid that Raman would take drastic action. To the crowd's surprise, Raman did not immediately flip out. Instead, he reached out his index finger to touch the spittle on his cheek. Then, he put the spittle into his mouth and began sucking on it right in front of Eunice's face. He looked extremely obscene, disgusting. Eunice was in a panic. She no longer dared to look at Raman. She entered the bidirectional spacetime portal in an extremely sorry state. Her heart was filled with humiliation and unwillingness. "Ha ha, ha ha. Rahman laughed maniacally and was extremely pleased with himself. It was only after Eunice disappeared into the portal that his attitude turned cold. He grinned hideously and mumbled to himself, "Eunice, you can't escape from the palm of my hand. When the time comes, I'll let you know what it means to beg for death." The barrier around the gymnasium shrank tighter and tighter. Those panic-stricken people entered the portal one after another. Soon, it was Han Shoror's turn to enter. "Huh?" Rahman stared blankly at Han Shoror for a moment. Then, he suddenly asked in a puzzled tone, "I know you. You've read the contents of the scroll, but you didn't show any extreme reaction. This means that you've also thought of using the devouring method written on the scroll. But why didn't you stand with us? And why didn't you do anything special after that?" Han Shoror had long known that Rahman was using a special device to clearly see everything that happened inside the shop. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to tell that those people were disloyal and would gradually become his people. Han Shoror was not surprised at all by Rahman's words. He smiled and said, "That's right. I've also read the contents of the scroll and I'm really interested in it. It's just that I've been delayed by some matters and haven't found a target yet." Hee. Haha, kindred spirits. I'm sure you'll have a target once you enter. Rahman grinned sinisterly at Han Shoror's words and patted Han Shoror's shoulder. He must have regarded Han Shoror as one of his kind. "I hope so too." Han Shoror replied cheerfully and hastily walked toward the portal. However, he was cursing in his heart. "Damn it, don't touch me with your dirty hands." Chapter 687. When Han Shoror stepped into the portal and walked out, he discovered that he had arrived in a valley. The valley was shrouded in lingering clouds and was surrounded by cliffs. On the cliffs, there were many bottomless caves leading to who knows where. The ground beneath his feet was very hard because it was mixed with rock fragments. Those who had entered the portal earlier were also pacing around the valley. Eunice and Barnett were together and were whispering to each other. They were probably trying to come up with a suitable solution for their current predicament. Han Shoror unfolded his consciousness, and just as he was about to probe the surroundings, he immediately sensed the presence of a boundary deep in the clouds above his head. The boundary, which emanated an obvious aura of destruction, was surprisingly able to detect the probing of Han Shoror's consciousness. The clouds and mist in the area where Han Shoror's consciousness was roaming suddenly started to churn. Han Shoror was alarmed and immediately withdrew his consciousness. He did not know if his consciousness could penetrate the boundary, but when he saw that the boundary could detect his consciousness, he did not dare to continue taking the risk lest the owner of the place retaliated. Behind Han Shoror, those god hunters who had obviously fallen into depravity walked out of the portal one after another. As soon as they walked out of the portal, their eyes became more and more excited. They looked at Han Shoror and the others with ferocious gazes as though they were looking at their prey. Rahman was the last to walk out of the dimensional gate. He was probably the last to collect the dimensional gate and the dark golden orb that contained the orb of destruction, so that the Croton family of Fort Verka would not be able to find any traces of their disappearance. After walking out of the portal, Rahman immediately searched for traces of Eunice. When he saw Eunice, he couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. No one knew what was going through his mind. His face was filled with obscenity. "Welcome to one of the strongholds of our Godhunter Alliance. Here, I would like to introduce to you our leader who cultivates in the Edict of Destruction, Lord Broves." Rahman raised his voice and shouted towards an enormous cave at the side of the valley. "Rahman, it's been hard on you." Suddenly, a voice came from inside the cave. "It is my honor to serve Lord Broves." Rahman dared not claim credit for himself. He raised his voice and said, "I have brought nearly all those who cultivate in the Edict of Destruction from Fort Verka with me. Do you have any other instructions, my lord?" "Very good. Come in and take what you deserve. Hand over the 2 divine tools I gave you." Broves shouted from inside the cave. He was nowhere to be seen. Rahman was overjoyed. He put away the other spatial door behind him and leaped into the cave. Although Han Shoror couldn't see Brove's face or sense his aura, He was certain that Brovst was a formidable high god. Han Shoror was certain that Brovst was the master of the dark golden sphere. This was because a mid-god definitely couldn't create so many orbs of destruction. Moreover, every orb of destruction contained such powerful destruction divine energy. Very soon, Raman returned. He seemed to have gotten what he wanted and appeared to be even more excited. Lord Brovst said that as long as you cultivators of the energy of destruction devour the divine energy of one of the people around you, you will be considered one of us, and you will be allowed to leave this valley alive. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Raman stood at the entrance of the cave and announced. Upon hearing those words, Tanai Mountain and the others' faces jolted. They vigilantly distanced themselves from the people around them, fearing that someone might suddenly attack them. Han Shoror had long anticipated that this would be the outcome. That Brovst had gone through so much trouble to have Raman gather all those who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction here for no other reason than to kill them all. According to what Raman had said in the shop, the number of god hunters cultivating in the Edict of Destruction was the least. Brovst must have been short on manpower, and that was why he had instructed Han Shoror, a cultivator of the Edict of Darkness, to carry out this task. From this, it could be seen that Brovst was severely lacking in manpower. Han Shoror, who had once devoured that old woman with the energy of death, had personally experienced that feeling. He knew that anyone who took that step would find it very difficult to resist the terrifying desire that would constantly surge in their heart. In the end, they would join the God Hunter faction and become one of them. After all, not many people were like Han Shoror, who had been struggling with their willpower ever since they started cultivating demonic arts. They were not Han Shoror and could not resist that terrifying temptation. Brovst was well aware of that, and that was why he had given the order. He also believed that once someone had a taste of that feeling, they would find it hard to give up and would eventually become a god hunter and serve him. Raman's words undoubtedly set off a huge wave of commotion among the people in the valley. After Raman's words faded, a huge scroll suddenly descended from the cloudy sky. The scroll recorded the detailed method of using the power of destruction to engulf those of the same attribute. In the valley, those who had yet to become god hunters had never visited Raman's scroll shop before. Almost none of them knew how to use the energy of destruction to devour those of the same energy. When the enormous scroll descended, many of them were bewildered. After observing for a moment, Han Shoror discovered that under the threat of death and the temptation of growing stronger, a portion of them had begun to memorize the contents of the scroll. The method of devouring one's own kind wasn't difficult. With the correct guidance, almost anyone could master it. Those who had their eyes on the scroll and were silently memorizing the method would definitely become the god hunter's kin in the future. Those who remained firm in their stand were constantly gnawing away at their willpower and gradually began to waver. If it weren't for the threat of death, at least a large portion of those present would have disregarded the contents of the scroll. After all, god hunters were the public enemy of the entire Elysium and were despised by everyone. But under the threat of death, if they resisted, it would mean that they would disappear forever. They had to think carefully. I will be watching your every move. Don't worry, I will help you subdue those who dare to take action, even if your opponent is stronger than you. I can guarantee that as long as you are determined to become one of us, not only will you not die, but you will also grow stronger at an even faster rate. Brovst, who was in the cave, once again guaranteed, giving those who were hesitant even greater resolve. Divine essences are something that can only be found by chance, but those who cultivate in the same energy can be found everywhere. They are all living divine essences. Imagine the wonderful process of using the energy of others to boost your own strength. How delightful and enjoyable it is. Raman was more like a lobbyist. After Brovst finished his words, he began to talk incessantly, trying to bewitch those who were hesitant. With Brovst and Raman working together, Han Shoror discovered that those who were hesitant were visibly influenced. They also began to memorize the contents of the scroll and surreptitiously tried to utilize the energy within their bodies. The atmosphere in Tanai Mountain suddenly became extremely strange. Everyone secretly distanced themselves from others. Even those who were once friends grew vigilant. At this moment, there was no one around them that they could trust. Everyone could become their enemy. Those who were originally in a group gradually grew more and more distant from each other. On the contrary, those true god hunters huddled together. They wore cold and indifferent smiles on the corners of their mouths as they observed the actions of those around them. They seemed to find it very amusing. What are you all doing?" Eunice, who was with Barnet, shouted in a somewhat panicked voice when she discovered that the situation was not in her favor. Nobody paid any attention to her. Even the guards from the Croton family silently moved away from the two of them. Their eyes flickered indeterminately. Perhaps, only they themselves knew what they were secretly thinking. At this moment, Hanshaw was rather restless. He wasn't afraid that those around him would suddenly change their temperament, but rather that he didn't know what method he could use to get out of Tanai Mountain. With a terrifying high god like Brovst present, it would be nearly impossible for Hanshaw to force his way out of the valley. If he were to summon Earth Elite Zombie or Metal Elite Zombie, it would be equally troublesome if Brovst were to target him. The only way to ensure that he could escape was to use the demonic blood disassembly. But to use the demonic blood disassembly to escape would greatly damage his vitality. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Hanshaw was not willing to use this last resort. Curiosity killed the cat. Hanshaw inwardly blamed himself. He clearly knew that it would be dangerous, but he still insisted on joining. If he had used the Earth Elite Zombie to leave through the underground of the training field, Hanshaw believed that no one would be able to stop him. But things were different now that he had Brovst. Should I use the energy of destruction to devour one of them and find an opportunity to escape? No. Unless I kill everyone here, even if I can resist the terrifying temptation, I will never be able to get rid of my identity as a god hunter once the god hunters divulge my identity. Hanshaw was stuck between a rock and a hard place as he racked his brains for a way to resolve his current predicament. A muffled groan sounded in the valley, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Hanshaw, who'd been racking his brains for a solution, looked over and saw a person stumbling, as if he'd been ambushed. "Who is it? Who is it?" He continued to turn around, glaring angrily at everyone around him. The green spear in his hand swayed back and forth. When he turned around, Hanshaw discovered that there was a small green arrow stuck in his back. The wound was bleeding profusely, and it looked like there was still a large amount of poison on the arrow. "My apologies, Anli. I know that you have always loathed god hunters and will never be one of us. Since you are going to die, why don't you give me a chance to live?" A skinny young man with a scar on his face sheepishly took out an exquisite crossbow and aimed it at Hanshaw. The divine energy of destruction in his body flowed into the crossbow. "Lager, it's actually you. I once saved your life and now you are the one who ambushed me." Anli, who was shot by the arrow, stared at his assailant in disbelief. His eyes were wide open and it was obvious that he was extremely furious. "Yes, I have always been grateful to you. That's why I asked you to save me again. I think you will be glad to do so. Goodbye, Anli. I will remember the 2 times you saved my life." The skinny youth called Lager shot out 3 small arrows in quick succession. Each arrow was imbued with the power of destruction. Anli, who had already been hit by Lager's sneak attack, was obviously not very agile anymore. At such a close distance, and with Lager's full strength, he could only dodge 2 of the 3 small arrows in the end. Another arrow pierced his chest. At the same time, Lager suddenly charged at Anli, who had been shot by 2 arrows. He took the opportunity to punch Anli twice. Violent energy surged into Anli's body and knocked him to the ground. "Everyone, he's mine. Do as you please, but don't fight with me for him." Lager, who had his hands pressed against Anli's back, raised his head and grinned at the crowd. His smile was very bright, but it sent a chill down everyone's spine. A person who could attack his savior so decisively and viciously without the slightest bit of remorse was definitely insane. It was no wonder that he was the first to attack Anli. This kind of person was usually the most feared. Under his bright smile, the crowd subconsciously took a few steps back, as though to express their attitude. "Damn it, there's actually such a person. Even those who had become god hunters started to feel disgusted by his actions and started cursing. God hunters couldn't help but feel tempted by the act of devouring. Other than involuntarily attacking cultivators of the same element, they weren't much different from ordinary cultivators. They had their own emotions and they had their own circle of friends. Therefore, they also found it unbearable to see such an insane person. The space around Lager automatically parted to create a larger space. He started devouring his savior, Arnli, as though there was no one else around him. Amidst Arnli's wails and howls, that gentle smiling Lager seemed to become more and more malevolent in the eyes of the crowd. "Give me half of it, so that I don't have to hunt for more prey." Suddenly, an untimely chuckle sounded from a corner. The crowd was shocked to hear those words. They thought, who could be so bold as to provoke Lager? With this in mind, everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Under the crowd's gazes, Han Shor leisurely strolled out. The smile on his face was even more sincere than Lager's. Looking at Lager from afar, he continued, "You are a person who knows how to repay favors. I'm sure you won't mind." "Interesting, interesting." Lager clapped his hands and laughed heartily. He looked at Han Shor and said, "But you'd better hurry up. If you're any later, you won't get a share." "In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse." Han Shor let out a long laugh. He suddenly sped up and charged straight at Lager. "I'll be waiting." Lager stopped devouring the dying Arnli and suddenly stood up. He rapidly aimed his crossbow at Han Shor. Lager possessed the strength of a mid-stage low god. In the eyes of many onlookers, he was extremely dangerous. His vicious temperament made people even more apprehensive. Han Shor did not reply. He dashed at lightning speed towards Lager. It was obvious that he knew Lager would make such an unfriendly move. Chapter 688. The crossbow in Lager's hand was decorated with exquisite patterns. The two ends of the crossbow were inlaid with two gems, one red and one blue. When he filled the crossbow to the brim, the hands that held the bow and the arrows emitted a black ray of light. The red and blue gems seemed to be able to amplify his divine energy, causing the aura of destruction on the crossbow to become denser and denser. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 arrows were shot consecutively. After the arrows left the bowstring, they turned into 3 slender black snakes that charged at Han Shor with bared fangs and brandished claws. Although Han Shor's body could not display demonic arts, his sensitive consciousness was still very useful. Although the trajectories of the 3 arrows were tricky, they could not evade the detection of Han Shor's consciousness. As soon as the 3 arrows were shot, Han Shor's posture changed. He suddenly flew close to the ground, narrowly dodging the 3 arrows that pierced through his head, and closed in on Lager. Lager chuckled. He did not seem to be afraid of Han Shor's approach. Seeing that the 3 arrows failed to hit Han Shor, he quickly put away the crossbow. With a flick of his left hand, a double-edged battle axe appeared in his hand. The battle axe reeked of blood and was dark red in color. It was obviously not an ordinary weapon. Both of them cultivated in the energy of destruction and were at the same realm. Lager did not unleash his domain of divinity. Instead, he gripped the double-edged battle axe with both hands and laughed heartily. He infused his divine energy into the battle axe and swung it at Han Shor's head. If this attack were to hit, Han Shor's head would inevitably split open. Han Shor narrowed his eyes and increased his speed as he swooped down on Lager. His avatar transformed into the Demon Slayer Edge. He infused the energy of destruction into the Demon Slayer Edge and blasted it at Lager. That avatar of his that cultivated in the energy of destruction was originally transformed from the Demon Slayer Edge. All the destruction divine energy and aura of destruction were in the Demon Slayer Edge. Therefore, Han Shor's avatar could still borrow the destruction divine energy from the Demon Slayer Edge. Han Shor stealthily channeled a few wisps of demonic yuan into the Demon Slayer Edge, keeping it hidden and waiting for the moment of contact with Lager to explode. This way, Han Shor believed that no one would know that he had tampered with the Demon Slayer Edge. He believed that even Laga himself would have a hard time finding out that the demonic yuan was mixed within the energy of destruction. Courting death. Laga sneered in his heart. He gripped his double-edged battle axe tightly with both hands and infused it with the divine power of destruction. Suddenly, a scarlet light shot out of the axe. In an instant, a destructive aura erupted from Laga. On the other hand, Han Shuo's face was calm. The Demon Slayer edge in his hand didn't reveal its sharpness. Only the faint aura of destruction was emitted, allowing everyone to understand that he had indeed condensed his energy. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated through the entire valley. Waves of destruction spread out from the point where the two of them clashed, slowly dissipating into the surroundings. The huge scroll hanging in the sky suddenly swayed slightly, and the clouds above also slowly floated up. With this strike, Han Shuo secretly mixed his demonic yuan with the destruction divine energy and used the Demon Slayer edge as a medium to surge towards Laga's double-edged battle axe. The strength of the two was originally about the same. After Han Shuo secretly added his demonic yuan, it was obvious that Laga was no match for him. Han Shuo's right hand that was holding the Demon Slayer edge only felt a little numb, while Laga was continuously pushed back by a strong force. His steps were also unsteady. Without giving Laga a chance to regroup, Han Shuo finally closed in on Laga. The Demon Slayer edge in his hand stabbed out hundreds of times in an instant. All of them were aimed at Laga's head, chest, abdomen, and heart. Laga, who had no choice but to retreat, struggled to brandish his double-edged battle axe, resisting Han Shuo's torrential attacks with great difficulty. The double-edged battle axe was known for its weight and great power. However, it was obviously lacking in agility. Laga's double-edged battle axe could bring out the best in each other's strengths. However, the battle axe didn't seem suitable when it came to defending. Under the torrential barrage of sword rays from Han Shuo, streaks of destructive energy rained down on Laga like black raindrops. Laga struggled to defend and was in great pain. Fart, fart. Sounds of flesh being pierced came from Laga's body. Soon, blood flowed down from his abdomen, wrists, and other parts of his body. With this, he was on the verge of defeat and could only defend. Why was his first attack so powerful? Laga was somewhat panicked. As the victim, Laga knew that the reason he was in such a situation was because a strong force from the double-edged battle axe had rushed into his body during his first attack. This caused his divine energy to become chaotic and he was unable to organize an effective divine energy attack. It seems that I don't need to use Wei anymore. You alone are enough. Han Shuo suddenly stared at Laga and said softly. His expression was frighteningly calm. Laga, who was flustered, could feel more and more wounds on his body. The more he tried to resist and move his arms and legs, the faster his blood flowed out. Gradually, he began to feel slightly dizzy. He was referring to the excessive blood loss. At this moment, he heard Han Shuo's sudden shout. That voice carried a strange power that seemed to reverberate in Laga's divine soul, causing him to become even more frightened. The Demon Slayer edge in his hand glowed with a dark light. Han Shuo had captured Laga's mind and was prepared to take his life with one strike. Suddenly, the huge scroll moved on its own and coincidentally landed between Han Shuo and Laga, blocking Han Shuo's fatal attack on Laga. Han Shuo swung his Demon Slayer edge but only managed to pierce the huge scroll that recorded the method to devour destructive energy. A powerful boundary surged out from the scroll like soft cotton. Han Shuo's Demon Slayer edge was affected by the boundary and could not deal a fatal blow to the panicking Laga. We'll all be on the same side in the future. There's no need for the two of you to continue fighting to the death. Brovst's deep voice suddenly sounded from within the dark cave. As soon as his voice faded, the huge scroll swayed and rose into the sky again. Laga, who was behind the scroll, took the opportunity to retreat far away from Han Shuo. He looked at Han Shuo with a face full of smiles, bowed, and asked, "Friend, what's your name? Thank you for letting me win today." Han Shuo could sense the unforgettable hatred behind Laga's smile, but he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. He shrugged and replied with a smile, It's an insult to me that a bastard who would kill my savior knows my name. Han Shoror had lost all interest in feigning civility when faced with this kind of scheming, shameless, and ruthless person. Lager did not fly into a rage after being called a bastard in front of so many people. He only laughed dryly and remained silent. Han Shoror was greatly disappointed that Lager did not lose his reason and charge at him. Knowing that Brovst was here, if Lager did not take the initiative to attack him, Han Shoror would not have a reasonable excuse to kill him. I'll give you an hour to prove your determination. Do not waste this opportunity. Brovst's voice suddenly sounded from within the dark cave. As soon as those words were spoken, the eyes of those who had just watched a good show began to flicker. Han Shoror secretly observed some of the people around him as he walked towards Arnley, who was lying on the ground. Han Shoror saw that Arnley was on the verge of death. By the time Han Shoror was about to place his hand on Arnley's body, Arnley's life force had been completely exhausted and he was completely dead. The remaining divine energy in Arnley's body had been completely exhausted. Naturally, Han Shoror could not devour the divine energy in Arnley's body. Arnley was already dead. Even if Han Shoror did not absorb his divine soul into Cauldron Spirit, it would still gradually dissipate from this world. When Han Shoror placed his hand on Arnley's body, he absorbed Arnley's divine soul into Cauldron Spirit with the help of Cauldron Spirit so that Cauldron Spirit could refine Arnley into a demon general. A shrill howl sounded from afar. Han Shoror turned his head and looked in the direction of the howl as though he was absorbing the divine energy in Arnley's body. In just a short while, the entire valley began to show its cruelest side. In an instant, everyone seemed to have gone mad. They attacked those around them without any regard for their own lives. Those who had secretly practiced the devouring method on the scroll wanted to kill at least one person to prove their determination. As for Eunice and the others who were unwilling to be part of the evil deeds, they had no choice but to desperately resist in order to survive. Han Shoror sighed inwardly. He knew that there were indeed not many who could remain unmoved under the threat of death and the temptation of rapidly increasing their strength. It was within Han Shoror's expectations that those people would use the law of survival of the fittest to the extreme in Tarnai. With Brovst, the leader of the God Hunter Alliance, present, there was no way for Han Shoror to stop the cruel competition before him. All he could do was watch from the sidelines and protect himself. Fortunately, Han Shoror had just attacked Lager, the most troublesome person to deal with. He had proven his strength and ruthlessness to the crowd. Therefore, at this moment, when Han Shoror and Lager, who were playing with the crossbow in Tarnai's hand, no one came to provoke them. The two of them were the most relaxed and leisurely among the many people in the valley. Mournful and miserable howls continuously reverberated throughout the valley. Han Shoror crouched behind Arnley, maintaining the same posture he pretended to be while secretly observing the bloody slaughter that was taking place. The people in the valley who were originally unwilling to join in the evil were gradually showing signs of going crazy in the face of the enemies who were trying to devour them. Some of them who were lightly injured actually cast their gazes at the huge scroll that was still hanging in the void while they were desperately trying to avoid it. In the entire valley, there were less than 10 people who remained unmoved. Eunice, who had cultivated to the late-stage low-god realm, was one of them. Her uncle Barnet, on the other hand, seemed to have been enraged by the attacks of several divine guards of the House of Croton who cultivated in the energy of death. He might go berserk at any moment. Chaos. Tarnai had descended into chaos. Everyone seemed to have gone mad. In the end, some of those who wished to become god hunters even started killing each other. They had lost all rationality. Brovst, who was silently observing the situation from within the cave, had no choice but to repeatedly use the enormous scroll to separate those who were fighting each other to prevent the god hunters from killing each other. This was to prevent him from running out of people to use. Lord Brovst, can you bestow Miss Eunice to me? She won't be one of us anyway. When I'm done playing with her, I will hand her over to your subordinates. I don't care if they want to play with her or kill her. Suddenly, Ardman, who had been smilingly observing the changes in the valley with his hands clasped behind his back, bowed and asked for Brovst's instructions. You have done me a great favor this time. Since you are interested in that woman, go ahead and do it. Brovst did not hesitate at all and quickly agreed to Ardman's request. He had been observing every movement in the valley and knew that Eunice wouldn't be of any use to him. For a person who was going to die sooner or later, letting Ardman play with her before her death was no different from making use of trash. Brovst wanted Ardman to work for him more in the future. "Thank you, Lord Brovst." Ardman happily thanked Brovst and excitedly rushed towards Eunice. There was an irrepressible obscene look on his face. Ardman was a mid-god cultivating in the energy of darkness. Almost no one in Tanai Mountain could threaten him. In addition to that, he was Brovst's representative. Those who wished to become god hunters to survive automatically made way for him, allowing him to reach Eunice unimpeded. At this moment, Eunice, who was constantly being forced to retreat by the frenzied crowd, had long lost her lofty and aloof demeanor. Her hair was disheveled and her face was covered with dust. She appeared rather miserable. When she heard Ardman's request and saw him walking towards her, Eunice's heart was filled with despair. She secretly made up her mind to injure Ardman when he got close to her. "How dare you?" On the other side, Barnett, who was on the verge of losing his mind, roared furiously when he saw Edelman coming to grab Eunice with a lascivious smile on his face. Rays of death rays shot out in all directions, heading straight for Edelman. The domain of divinity of death unfolded, and the people surrounding him were blasted away by a huge blooming bone flower. "Lord Brovst, please help me." Ardman's expression did not change. He raised his voice and pleaded. The enormous scroll that had been hovering in midair once again descended. This time, it did not merely stop Hanshaw from killing Laga. Instead, it directly bombarded Barnett. A terrifying energy of destruction suddenly exploded from the scroll. Barnett fell to the ground without making a sound. His body started twitching violently. "Miss Eunice, who can save you now? Hehe, you are the only one I have taken a liking to after coming to Fort Verka for so long. It is a pity that you have been so cold to me that I have been thinking about you day and night. Finally, today, I can taste your wonderful body. Are you looking forward to it too?" "Ha ha." Ardman laughed heartily as he pounced at Eunice. His body turned into one shadow after another, making it impossible to tell which was the real Ardman. Eunice, who originally wanted to give Ardman a good beating before she died, suddenly realized that she had no way to do so. She couldn't help but feel sad. She thought to herself that she might as well end her own life to avoid being humiliated by such a disgusting person. Chapter 689. The battle in the valley had reached its most intense state. Of the several dozen people who came from Fort Verka, nearly a third of them had perished in a short period of time. Those who were still alive and kicking were those who had made up their minds to become god hunters. Those who did not go to see the scroll in the sky were bitterly trying to fend off the pursuers. It was only a matter of time before they were killed. Hanshaw maintained the posture of devouring Amway and coldly observed those who had gone mad. He carefully mobilized Cauldron Spirit's energy and prepared to absorb the divine souls of Tanai's deceased divine souls into the cauldron of Myriad Demon. When everything was in place, Hanshaw became somewhat hesitant. It was true that most of Tanai's divine souls had gone mad. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for Hanshaw to detect Hanshaw's actions. However, Brovst, who had been hiding in the depths of the cave, must have been secretly observing every movement in the valley. As a high god, if Hanshaw were to attempt to absorb the divine souls that had yet to dissipate into the world, Brovst would very likely notice it. It was precisely because of this concern that Hanshaw could not make up his mind. The feeling of seeing dozens of divine souls in front of Hanshaw's eyes but being unable to do anything to them made Hanshaw want to die. After thinking for a moment, Hanshaw decided to take the risk. He thought that as long as he personally participated in the process and carefully used Cauldron Spirit to absorb the divine souls, he should be able to avoid detection. As long as he could absorb all the divine souls in the valley, even if Brovst were to discover Hanshaw's actions, Hanshaw would still be able to escape using blood disassembly. After making up his mind, Hanshaw no longer hesitated. He slowly released Amway and got ready to take action. Haha, Miss Eunice, today, I will let you enjoy yourself to the peak of your excitement. It was at this moment that Raman let out a hearty laugh. He transformed into shadows and shot towards Eunice. Eunice's face was filled with grief, indignation, and humiliation. When she saw that Raman had transformed into shadows and was about to end her own life, she became disheartened. Just at this moment, a pitch-black darkness descended from the sky. Terrifying darkness energy descended from the sky and instantly enveloped the clouds above the valley. As creaking sounds rang out, the destruction boundary above was torn apart. A curtain of darkness suddenly shrouded the entire valley, and a cold voice came down from the sky, "Broves, come out and die." As the power of darkness, absolute darkness, enveloped the valley was filled with thick, ink-black smoke. Aside from a few cultivators of the power of darkness, no one else in the valley could see what was happening around them. Eunice, who was ready to die, suddenly heard the loud shout coming from the top of the valley and sensed the terrifying energy coming from above. She immediately knew that a powerful enemy of Brovst's had suddenly arrived. Eunice's will to live became unprecedentedly strong. Taking advantage of Raman's moment of shock, she hastily ran far away. Han Shor, who was in the valley, was one of the few people who could clearly see his surroundings. He discovered that as soon as the loud shout sounded from above the valley, a valiant-looking dark silhouette suddenly burst out of the cave from which Brovst's voice came. The dark silhouette shot towards the cloud-shrouded sky. A series of thunderous roars suddenly came from the sky. The entire valley seemed to tremble as large chunks of rocks fell from the surrounding cliffs. The momentum of those rocks was astonishing. When they tumbled down, they also contained the divine energy of destruction and darkness. Several people who were careless and were hit by the rocks all vomited blood and fell to the ground in exhaustion. The explosions in the sky above his head grew louder and louder. Han Shor's consciousness could sense that two terrifying existences were engaged in an intense battle. The shockwaves from their battle shot into the surrounding rock walls, causing huge boulders to crash down. Some low gods with weaker strength were severely injured and unable to withstand the impact. At this moment, those who were previously filled with despair started to retaliate. Their will to live supported them tenaciously. Those who were determined to become god hunters because their lives were threatened, when they discovered that they might be able to survive even if they did not devour others, started to waver in their determination and became hesitant. Unfortunately, the greatest obstacle came from the absolute darkness. When the entire valley was shrouded in darkness, almost no one could see their surroundings clearly. In a situation where it was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers, everyone tried their best to avoid the crowd. However, when someone sensed that someone was approaching them, they would attack recklessly in order to protect themselves. With that, those who were supposed to stop fighting due to the descent of divine soldiers did not stop. Instead, they fought even more ferociously. In the pitch-black valley, those who couldn't see their surroundings were all fighting fiercely. Han Shor was like a fish swimming through the crowd. The cauldron of myriad demon in Han Shor's hand glowed faintly with green light. Han Shor seized the opportunity to collect the divine souls that had yet to dissipate from the world. 13, 14, 15. Wonderful. These souls are all excellent. They can all be refined into demon generals. I can make up for the demon generals I lost last time. Cauldron spirit cheered excitedly in Han Shor's consciousness. Han Shor didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for those who were madly fighting each other. He wished that they could all die in the valley so that he could absorb their divine souls. Very soon, Han Shor had collected all 43 divine souls in the valley into the cauldron of myriad demon. It was at this moment that Han Shor took another look at the valley. He discovered that the darkness had unknowingly receded and those who had gone mad had gradually regained their sanity. Han Shor looked around and suddenly discovered that Raman had disappeared without him noticing. Laga, whom Han Shor wanted to kill, had also disappeared without a trace when Han Shor collected the divine souls. Eunice arrived next to Barnett's corpse. Her face was pale and her divine soul had been collected by Han Shor. She had a mournful look on her face. Barnet was killed by Brovst's scroll in order to protect her from harm. He died because of her. Barnet was also her uncle. It was only natural that she would be so grieved. The rumbling above their heads gradually faded away. It appeared that the battle between the two terrifying high gods was no longer confined to the valley. The boundary above the valley had been destroyed by the intruders. The god hunters who had been eyeing the valley covetously had seized the opportunity to flee. With the terrifying threat that was Brovst gone, Tarnai and the others were safe for the time being. As soon as the darkness dissipated, a few more silhouettes whooshed away. Those people had come together with Han Shor. However, as they couldn't resist the temptation, they had cultivated the energy of devouring other destroyers and had succeeded in devouring them. Once they devoured someone, they would be branded as a god hunter, and from then on, they would become the public enemy of the entire continent. It was a wise decision to flee in panic. Han Shor did not choose to leave. However, he soon discovered that the dozen or so survivors in the valley were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. By now, all the god hunters and those who had just become god hunters had vanished from the valley. With that, Han Shor, who had attempted to devour a god hunter, immediately became the common enemy of the survivors. If Han Shor hadn't displayed great strength, perhaps those people wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation to kill Han Shor. They wouldn't just glare at him. Eunice, who was softly crying in grief beside Barnet, suddenly stood up. She stared at Han Shor with her ice-cold eyes and said in a cold voice, "You are also a god hunter and a participant in the massacre in the valley. I will use you as an offering to my uncle." The reason why others wouldn't attack Han Shor recklessly was because they were apprehensive of Han Shor's terrifying strength. However, Eunice's mastery of the energy of destruction was slightly higher than Han Shor's. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't fear Han Shor. In addition to the fact that she urgently needed to vent the hatred in her heart, Han Shor became her ideal target. Before Han Shor could explain, Eunice had already transformed her grief and indignation into the energy of destruction. The helplessness and despair she felt when she faced Raman earlier were swept away. Rays of destruction shot out from her tender palms and formed a giant net that enveloped Han Shor. Han Shor cursed in his mind and hastily retreated. As he retreated, he shouted, "It's a misunderstanding, it's also a misunderstanding." Eunice didn't say a word but glared fiercely at Han Shor. She had seen Han Shor attack Anli with her own eyes and naturally wouldn't believe that it was a misunderstanding. She thought that Han Shor was quibbling and stared fixedly at Han Shor. Han Shor wasn't afraid of Eunice, but he needed to prove his innocence in front of others, especially since Eunice had seen his divine tablet. Once Han Shor's identity as a god hunter was confirmed, it would be extremely difficult for him to clear his name in the future. Eunice pursued Han Shor relentlessly. Han Shor's body was infused with demonic yuan and he was extremely agile. Eunice couldn't really catch up to Han Shor. By the time I got to Anli's side, he was already dead. Although I put my hand on his body, it was only for show. I really didn't do anything to him. I just couldn't stand Laga's actions and deliberately came out to target him. I had no intention of attacking Anli. If I had really done that, why would I still dare to stay when all the god hunters had taken the opportunity to leave? Stupid woman, can you please use your brain? Han Shor explained non-stop as he evaded Eunice's pursuit. After hearing Han Shor's explanation, the survivors revealed puzzled expressions. Two of them who were closest to Anli's body took the opportunity to examine it. They discovered that other than a small arrow stuck in Anli's back, there were no other wounds on his body. It really didn't seem like he had been devoured by Han Shor. Generally speaking, only extremely powerful god hunters who frequently devoured others would be able to devour just by touching their bodies. Most novice god hunters or those with low strength would have to use their hands to pierce through the other party's body to devour. The hole left by Laga on Anli's chest was very obvious. However, there were no other wounds on his back. From this aspect, it could be seen that Han Shor's words were not false. "Miss Eunice, you have got the wrong person. He is telling the truth. He really didn't kill Anli," one of the god hunters suddenly cried out after examining Anli's wound. Eunice, who'd been relentlessly chasing after Han Shor, finally stopped when she heard his words. Eunice, who had nowhere to vent the grief and indignation in her heart, glared fiercely at Hanshaw and snorted coldly. Hanshaw cursed inwardly. He thought to himself, "You've got the wrong person. At least apologize." "Not only did you not apologize, but you also treat me with such hatred. You must be crazy. You are such a strange person. Even if you didn't kill Arnley, you must have had the intention to do so. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed by his side for so long," Eunice said indignantly as she glowered at Hanshaw. "Crazy woman, I can't be bothered to talk to you. You don't even know what's going on. You only know how to cause trouble." Hanshaw replied impatiently. What did you say?" Eunice's eyes were red as she shouted at Hanshaw. Barnett's tragic death had affected Eunice's mind. It was as though she had eaten gunpowder. Hanshaw waved his hand and didn't want to say anything more to her. A group of 8 suddenly descended from the lingering clouds. These people were all wearing black divine armor and all of them possessed mid-god strength. "Lord Erebus has gone to pursue Brovst. Are you all right?" A young man with short green hair surveyed the valley and asked. "Lord Erebus. It's Lord Erebus, one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows." No wonder Brovst had to retreat. When the survivors heard Erebus's name, they all exclaimed in surprise and heaved a sigh of relief. "I am from the Croton family of Fort Verka. May I know where this place is?" Eunice asked respectfully. Although she was fuming with anger towards Hanshaw, her imposing manner was noticeably toned down when facing these divine guards from the City of Shadows. "Beautiful lady, this is the Shikoro mountain range. It is very far from Fort Verka," the green-haired young man explained to Eunice with a gentle smile. His gaze when he looked at Eunice was filled with obvious male interest. "It's the Shikoro mountain range. Those god hunters are quite bold to set up a stronghold in the Shikoro mountain range. The Shikoro mountain range is very close to the City of Shadows," someone exclaimed. "Don't worry, the situation here has been stabilized. Many of the god hunters that escaped have been killed. You are all safe now," the green-haired youth said with a smile. After a pause, he waved his hand and said to the people behind him, "Check the valley and see if there are any fish that escaped the net. Also, collect the things on the bodies of the dead and make them our spoils of war." As soon as he finished those words, the few divine guards immediately got to work. They shuttled back and forth between the various caves and the center of the valley. After a long while, the green-haired young man furiously shouted, "Who is so shameless as to take away all the valuables of the deceased? Was it you?" "It wasn't us. Lord Erebus had just deployed his domain of divinity and the entire place was pitch black. It must have been done by someone who cultivates in the energy of darkness." "We don't cultivate in the energy of darkness. It can't be us," the survivors of Tanai Mountain hastily explained with faces full of grievances. In their hearts, they were cursing those who profited from the dead. Hanshaw bunched his brows. The corners of his mouth curved into an obscure, complacent smile as he cursed the survivors. Chapter 690. Erebus, one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows, had repelled Brovst, one of the godhunter leaders. Hanshaw did not even get to see the two before the crisis was resolved. The survivors in the valley rejoiced inwardly when they learned from the green-haired young man that Erebus had arrived. Those mid-god divine guards left the valley when they discovered that there were no god hunters in the valley and that they could not reap any spoils of war. Hanshaw and his party did not stay in the valley for long and dispersed. After flying out of the valley, Hanshaw hovered high in the sky and gazed into the distance. He discovered that the Shikoro mountain range was filled with undulating mountains and rivers. He could not see the end of the mountain range. Hanshaw spread out his consciousness and sensed the presence of many life forms in the Shikoro mountain range. Through the vision of the demon generals inside the cauldron of Myriad Demon, Hanshaw discovered that there were all kinds of oddly shaped creatures in the Shikoro mountain range. They were the magical beasts and peculiar races of Elysium. There was a giant lion the size of a hill, 100-meter-long serpent with a sharp black horn on its head, and a giant eagle that was constantly spitting out blazing flames as it fought the serpent that was circling on the ground. After observing for a while, Han-shor discovered that the magical beasts on Elysium, perhaps influenced by the superior elemental environment, were extremely terrifying. Not only were they enormous in size, but they also seemed to know how to use the elemental energy between heaven and earth. Those magical beasts that were born with innate gifts of life had an enormous aura of life that was even more terrifying than some low gods. As he gazed into the distance, Han-shor discovered that there were many round pits extending from the valley to the north. Those pits seemed to have been formed not too long ago, as some of them were still growing in size. A few small mountains were still rumbling and swaying, and from time to time, large chunks of rocks would roll down. From what he saw, Han-shor immediately realized that these pits were caused by the battle between Erebus, one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows, and Brovst. Han-shor slowly walked along the tracks left behind by the two. He would constantly look around along the way, trying to guess the true strength of the two from the traces left behind by the battle. Along the way, Han-shor could see the wreckage of the two's battle everywhere. Many small hills had collapsed, some giant trees that needed 10 people to wrap their arms around had been uprooted, and the earth had been torn apart into gorges. These scenes gave Han-shor a vague estimate of the two's strength. When Han-shor walked to a collapsed mountain peak, he discovered that there were no longer any traces of the battle. It looked like the two had fought to this mountain peak. They'd either flown into the air, or one of them had fled. That was why there were no more traces of the battle. From the green-haired young man, Han-shor learned that the Shikoro mountain range wasn't far from the City of Shadows. According to them, Han-shor had traveled all the way north from the collapsed mountain peak, and it took him 3 days to walk out of the Shikoro mountain range. Even with Han-shor's speed, it took him 3 days to walk out of the Shikoro mountain range. One could only imagine how vast the mountain range was. During the 3 days, Han-shor saw even more bizarre magical beasts. Some of the magical beasts were so powerful that Han-shor did not dare to provoke them and could only stay far away from them. Based on Han-shor's understanding of the classification of magical beasts, those powerful magical beasts were far beyond the 5th rank. They might have reached the 8th or even the 9th rank. Other than some bizarre magical beasts, Han-shor also discovered some treasures of heaven and earth that contained abundant spiritual energy such as emerald grass, fire fruit, and blue heart stone. These treasures of heaven and earth contained extremely dense yuan energy. Some could even be directly consumed to increase Han-shor's demonic yuan. There were also some that could be refined into pills with special uses. Most of the people on Elysium did not understand the uses of these treasures of heaven and earth. Therefore, Han-shor, of course, did not hold back. He collected everything he saw along the way. By the time Han-shor walked out of the Shikoro mountain range, he could sense that the demonic yuan in his body had increased by quite a bit. After exiting the Shikoro mountain range, Han-shor did not waste any more time. He spent another half a month traversing through dozens of villages and fortresses before finally arriving at the City of Shadows, one of the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion. Standing in front of the City of Shadows' black stone gates that seemed to pierce through the clouds, Han-shor felt a strange sense of insignificance. As he raised his head to look at the towering black stone door, Han-shor could sense a majestic and imposing aura. Even though it was early in the morning, there was an endless stream of people entering the city just like Han-shor. Unlike Fort Verka, the majority of those who entered the City of Shadows were low gods and mid gods. There were even 1 or 2 high gods who walked into the City of Shadows in the center of the masses. On the other hand, those who were only base gods and demigods were rarely seen. Even if there were 1 or 2, they were all underage children. It was only after standing before the City of Shadows that Han-shor realized that the people on Elysium were abnormally powerful due to the rich elemental energies and cultivation techniques. On Profound Continent, a group of base gods and demigods would be hegemons of a region or the masterminds of a nation. But in the City of Shadows on Elysium, even underage children possessed such divine strength. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. After observing for a while, Han Shuro walked into the City of Shadows. After paying his divine tablet and 1 purple crystal coin, Han Shuro entered the City of Shadows. The first thing Han Shuro saw after entering the city were densely packed boundary towers and magical towers. Those boundary towers and magical towers stood behind the city gates and were covered with sparkling energy stones. They seemed to be providing an endless supply of energy to every corner of the City of Shadows, supporting the luxurious lifestyle in the city. "Hello, may I know how to get to the House of Lavas?" Han Shuro asked a divine guard at the city gates in a courteous manner with a smile on his face. The House of Lavas. As soon as the divine guard heard that Han Shuro was asking about the House of Lavas, the disdainful expression on his face became much more restrained. After carefully sizing up Han Shuro, he pointed to the southwest of the City of Shadows and said, "The House of Lavas is one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. You should be able to reach it in about half a day's journey from here. When you reach that area, just say that you are looking for the House of Lavas and anyone will be able to show you the way." "Thank you." Han Shuro thanked the divine guard smilingly and headed southwest. The City of Shadows was tens of times larger than Fort Verka. The buildings here were so tall that they reached the clouds. Walking in the City of Shadows gave Han Shuro the misconception that he had not left the Shikoro mountain range. Han Shuro knew why those mighty experts liked to live in buildings that reached the clouds. According to Han Shuro's senses, the elemental energy would be denser at higher places. Although it was only a little, it was enough for those who pursued power to build their buildings as tall as they could. If the buildings weren't so tall that they would collapse, the gods on Elysium might even build their buildings into the sky because their pursuit of power had reached an insane level. Walking among the buildings that were as grand as mountains, Han Shuro once again felt a sense of insignificance. The energy towers, magical towers, and boundary towers all around him were glowing with gentle radiance. Each and every one of those energy towers seemed to have the ability to gather elemental energy. After entering the City of Shadows, Han Shuro clearly sensed that the elemental energy of darkness and death in the city was denser. Although the City of Shadows was very large, as the buildings were equally tall and large, it still appeared rather narrow. Han Shuro observed every building in the City of Shadows along the way. He saw a dazzling array of shops and gymnasiums. The City of Shadows was built to serve the gods. The shops sold divine armors, divine weapons, divine scrolls, and crystals of different functions. For some unknown reason, perhaps due to the influence of the various energy towers, boundary towers, and magical towers in the City of Shadows, the coverage area of Han Shuro's consciousness had shrunk by a lot. Although the various types of energy posed no hindrance to gods who were used to the existence of elemental energy, Han Shuro's consciousness was greatly affected. He was unable to use his consciousness to take in more than half of the City of Shadows. Han Shuro was puzzled. He tried using Cauldron Spirit's energy but discovered that he could only see the situation within a radius of 1 kilometer. Compared to the vastness of the City of Shadows, 1 kilometer was simply too small. While observing the situation in the City of Shadows, Han Shuro had unknowingly walked for more than half a day. When a new street block appeared before Han Shuro, he immediately realized his goal. Just as the Divine Guard had said, the House of Lavas was well known in this area. After asking around in a random shop, Han Shuro was able to locate the House of Lavas. 20 minutes later, Han Shuro stood in front of the Lavas residence. There were many tall buildings as far as the eye could see. Similarly, there were many energy towers, boundary towers, and magical towers in between the buildings. They provided the House of Lavas with all kinds of energy. As the sky and the space around him were sealed by powerful boundaries, Han Shuro did not have the opportunity to stroll around. He walked straight to the entrance and cleared his throat. Han Shuro attracted the attention of the 2 divine guards in front of him. The divine guards of the House of Lavas were different from the divine guards of the City of Shadows. They wore dark green divine armor with the emblem of a dark sun at the center of the chest. Han Shuro had once seen the same emblem on Donna's robe. Therefore, as soon as he saw the emblem on the divine guard's divine armor, he knew that he had arrived at his destination. "Youngster, what are you doing sneaking around?" One of the divine guards stared at Han Shoror vigilantly and shouted in a cold voice. This divine guard was a low god cultivating in the energy of darkness and possessed early-stage strength. I'm looking for Miss Donna of the Lava's residence. Please help me inform her of my arrival. Han Shoror smilingly handed over a few purple crystal coins in a gentle manner. The expressions of the two divine guards simultaneously relaxed when they saw that Han Shoror was so well behaved. The divine guard put on a faint smile and kept the few purple crystal coins from Han Shoror. He asked, "You know Miss Donna?" Han Shoror nodded and replied, "My name is Brian. Please inform Miss Donna of my arrival." "All right, please wait for a moment." The two divine guards became much more amiable after receiving the purple crystal coins from Han Shoror. One of them hastily walked to the back of the hall. The other divine guard had nothing better to do. When he saw that Han Shoror was so easygoing, he started chatting with him. "Where are you from? How do you know Miss Donna?" "During Miss Donna's last mission, I was her guide. That's how I got to know Miss Donna. It is also her intention that I am here to look for her," replied Han Shoror smilingly. In the Lava's residence, Miss Donna is considered to be one of the more easygoing masters. It is your fortune to be acquainted with Miss Donna. However, you must be careful when you are in the Lava's residence. Some young masters and young ladies are not that easy to talk to, the divine guard cautioned. Perhaps because Han Shoror was pleasing to the eye, the divine guard cautioned Han Shoror after making sure that no one was around. "Oh." Han Shoror was surprised for a moment before he asked, "What kind of people are there in the Lava's residence? May I trouble you to tell me?" The patriarch has a younger brother and a younger sister. Miss Donna is the second daughter of the patriarch. Miss Donna has an elder brother named Dewey. The patriarch's younger brother has 2 sons and a daughter. The patriarch's younger sister is married to the House of Bruce in the Destruction Dominion. Other than these direct relatives, there are a dozen or so collateral relatives. Miss Donna and the patriarch are easy to get along with. However, there are some young ladies and young masters who are not so easy to talk to. You must be careful when you enter the Lava's residence. Do not provoke those people, the divine guard cautioned Han Shoror after receiving the purple crystal coins. Before coming to the Lava's residence, Han Shoror had not heard Donna mention anything about the Lava's family. Han Shoror came to the Lava's residence to look for Donna only to find out some things about the Lava's family. He had no intention of joining the Lava's family. Therefore, Han Shoror did not pay too much attention to the divine guard's words. After exchanging a few more words with the divine guard, Han Shoror immediately sensed Donna's aura. Soon, Donna appeared before Han Shoror wearing an emerald green dress. "Brian, what took you so long?" Donna smiled even more cheerfully when she saw Han Shoror. When that divine guard who was chatting with Han Shoror saw that Donna personally came out to greet Han Shoror, he immediately viewed Han Shoror in a new light. He originally thought that Han Shoror was merely relying on his relationship with Donna to seek refuge with the Lava's family. After all, Han Shoror was just a low god. This sort of thing happened almost every day. It took me some time to settle some things. Of course, I can't just leave like that. After all, that place is also my territory. Han Shoror explained with a smile before he continued, "Miss Donna, it's been a long time since we last met. You seem to have become more beautiful. Loquacious." Donna reprimanded smilingly. She pulled Han Shoror's sleeve and led him inside. "What are you standing outside for? Come on in." Under the astonished gazes of the 2 divine guards, Miss Donna must have pulled Han Shoror into the Lava's family. After Han Shoror's figure disappeared, the divine guard who was talking to Han Shoror murmured, "Although Miss Donna is amiable, she shouldn't be this enthusiastic, right?" The other divine guard nodded and said, "This youngster is no ordinary person." Chapter 691. Han Shoror followed behind Donna and entered the Lava's residence. After passing through many energy towers and boundary towers for a while, they arrived at a tall building Donna resided in. The interior was brightly lit under the illumination of magical lamps. After arriving at a spacious hall, Donna gestured for Hanshaw to take a seat before she smilingly asked Hanshaw how he managed to get there. Hanshaw briefly described to Donna some of the things he encountered from the valley. Donna listened attentively to Hanshaw's narration before she lamented with lingering fear, "It seems that I have been inconsiderate. I did not foresee that you would run into god hunters, not to mention several times in a row. Fortunately, if Lord Erebus hadn't found Brovst, perhaps you would have been in deep trouble. I heard that Erebus is one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows. When he arrived at the valley, I sensed the terrifying aura from him. What kind of strength does he possess?" Hanshaw bunched his brows. He was very curious about this Erebus whom he had never seen before. He had carefully observed the battle between Erebus and Brovst and wanted to confirm his speculations about the strength of the two through Donna. "That's right. Lord Erebus is one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows. He ranks 3rd in strength and possesses mid-stage high god strength. He is a well-known expert in the City of Shadows," Donna explained. "The 7 divine guard chiefs are all from the 5 major family clans of the City of Shadows. My uncle Avery is also one of the 7 divine guard chiefs. However, my uncle only ranks 5th in strength and possesses early-stage high god strength." After listening to Donna's introduction of the distribution of forces in the City of Shadows, Hanshaw's interest was suddenly piqued. He hastily asked, "Other than your House of Lavas, what are the other 4 major family clans in the City of Shadows? Which one is the strongest?" After arriving in an unfamiliar environment, one should first familiarize oneself with one's surroundings and learn who was the most dangerous and who one should not offend for the time being. Hanshaw had experienced this before. Donna put on a faint smile after hearing Hanshaw's words. She immediately explained to Hanshaw about the distribution of powers in the City of Shadows. Hanshaw quickly understood the situation from Donna. In the City of Shadows, other than the House of Lavas where Donna was from, there were also the House of Saint, the House of Kinsun, the House of Kisa, and the House of Bulla. Among them, the House of Saint was the strongest. The patriarch of the House of Saint, Wallace, was the city lord of the City of Shadows. The top 3 of the 7 chiefs of divine guards in the City of Shadows were from the House of Saint. Erebus was also a member of the House of Saint. It could be said that the House of Saint was the most powerful and influential power in the entire City of Shadows. The 4 major family clans, including the House of Lavas, were obviously not as powerful as the House of Saint. The strengths of the 4 family clans were about the same. The members of these 4 family clans also possessed lofty statuses in the City of Shadows. They had their own divine guards and controlled many shops and gymnasiums in the city. The House of Saint was the most powerful family clan in the City of Shadows. No other forces or family clans could threaten the House of Saint's position in the City of Shadows. The 4 major family clans followed the House of Saint's lead and had always followed the House of Saint's footsteps. The members of the 4 major family clans were very respectful towards the House of Saint. However, the 4 major family clans competed with each other, openly and covertly, for experts to join their family clans, for energy ores and rare metals in various regions. In short, in order to make their family clans stronger, all the family clans spared no effort to improve themselves. This included obtaining talents and all kinds of scarce resources. They dared not compete with the House of Saint for anything, but they were not afraid of other family clans. After briefly describing the situation in the City of Shadows to Hanshaw, Donna saw that Hanshaw was in deep thought and did not say anything. She patiently waited for Hanshaw to digest her words. After a while, Hanshaw nodded smilingly and said to Donna, "I didn't expect that the House of Lavas isn't the most powerful family clan in the City of Shadows. Haha, I thought that your family clan is the most powerful. We have been working hard. Unfortunately, the House of Lavas has only been developing for a short time. We are far behind the House of Saint, which has tens of thousands of years of history. On Elysium, those ancient family clans that have existed for a long time usually have late-stage high god experts, or even more. Only such family clans can be considered first-rate family clans. Our House of Lavas, for example, can only be considered a second-rate family clan at best, Donna said in a self-mocking smile. Then, she looked at Han Shoror smilingly and asked, "Are you disappointed to hear this?" "Disappointed about what?" Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment. "Disappointed that our family clan isn't the most powerful force. Won't that restrict your future development?" Donna replied smilingly. "That has nothing to do with me." Han Shoror shrugged and smilingly said, "I have no intention of relying on your family clan. I have no intention of becoming a divine guard of any family clan on Elysium for the time being. Therefore, I don't need to be disappointed. Brian, I'm going to explain the situation on Elysium to you." Donna put on a faint smile and continued, "On Elysium, unless you are a high god with formidable strength, you will have to attach yourself to a powerful family clan in order to have a foothold in Elysium. Take our dominions of darkness, death, and destruction as an example. We have formed an alliance to form the Calamity Church. Other than the three overgods, the patriarchs of the Calamity Church are patriarchs of ancient family clans. The core members of the Calamity Church are also made up of elites from various large family clans. It is nearly impossible for those who are innocent to truly join the Calamity Church. For someone like you who has just arrived on Elysium, if you don't have a family clan's identity, you will be a hindrance in many matters." After listening to Donna's explanation, Han Shoror forced a smile and nodded. He replied, "I understand what you mean. But for the time being, I don't have any plans to do anything on Elysium. All I want is to learn more about the situation on Elysium so that I can travel around and strengthen myself." After hearing Han Shoror's explanation, Donna did not force Han Shoror to join the Lava's family. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Since you have just arrived in the City of Shadows, let me show you around. If you change your mind, our Lava's family will always welcome you." "Sure, I would like to see the City of Shadows for myself." Han Shoror stood up smilingly. "Come, let me show you around our family clan. You can stay here for the time being. When you find a better path, you can leave our family clan." Donna stood up and led Han Shoror all the way to the top of the building. She pointed at the towering buildings that reached the clouds and started explaining to Han Shoror. The gymnasiums, smelting rooms, and residences of certain special characters were all described by Donna. Han Shoror's consciousness was infinitely powerful. He could memorize everything after Donna introduced them to him. "Little sister, who are you with?" Suddenly, a deep and resounding voice sounded from the top of a tall building on the opposite side. A majestic figure entered Han Shoror's sight. He bore a strong resemblance to Donna. He looked like a man in his 30s on Profound Continent. However, after learning about the lifespan of gods on Elysium, Han Shoror knew that this person was far older than that. That person cultivated in the energy of destruction and possessed late-stage mid-god strength. "Elder brother, this is a friend of mine. I have mentioned him to you before. His name is Brian and he comes from a material plane called Profound Continent." Donna introduced Han Shoror to that person from 100 meters away. "Oh, you should make some preparations. We will be heading to the Space Dominion very soon," Han Shoror said. Donna's elder brother, Dewey, nodded indifferently. He did not look at Han Shoror seriously and returned to his room on the top floor. "That's my elder brother, Dewey. That's just how he is. He doesn't like to talk to people. Please don't mind him," Donna explained to Han Shoror. Han Shoror nodded smilingly and did not say much. People from Elysium had an innate sense of superiority towards people from other material planes. Han Shoror understood this from the way Bolten, Li Wei, and the others behaved when they first arrived on Profound Continent. It was normal for Dewey to have such an indifferent reaction. If he had been so enthusiastic after learning that Han Shoror came from a low-level material plane, Han Shoror would have found it strange. "Let's go, I'll show you around. I didn't see you bring out any powerful divine weapons the last time we met. Since you have come to our Lava's residence as soon as you arrived on Elysium, I must show you some respect," Donna said in a high-spirited manner. She pulled Han Shoror and led him outside. The Lava's residence was so large that it naturally had more than one entrance. This time, Donna and Han Shoror left through another entrance and headed towards the most flourishing street in the district. They were surrounded by shops selling items that gods needed. Han Shoror was dazzled by the variety. Actually, I don't need any divine weapons. On the contrary, I have a lot of divine weapons in my possession, Han Shoror said to Donna smilingly as they walked on the street filled with all kinds of shops. What? Donna stared blankly for a moment before she giggled and said, "Before I left Profound Continent, I only left you a dozen or so purple crystal coins. Those purple crystal coins were enough for you to find me, but they were far from enough to purchase suitable divine weapons. Even if you bought any divine weapons, you must have been deceived by someone. They are definitely not good stuff. Then take a look at these divine weapons. Are they good stuff?" Han Shoror handed a space ring to Donna. He stored the incomparably precious divine essences and some divine weapons that were useful to him into another space ring. The space ring he handed to Donna contained all kinds of divine weapons and items that he had collected in the Abyss realm. Some of them were from the Abyss, some were from Kaiser and Ericsson in the third layer of the underground world, and some were taken from the Valley of the Godhunter Alliance when he was collecting divine souls. After the seal on the space ring was removed by Han Shoror, Donna immediately knew what was inside. Donna wore an incomparably odd expression as she stared at Han Shoror. She looked through all the items in the space ring and forced a smile. "I think we are indeed here to sell divine weapons. Brian, I really don't understand where you got all these things from. I couldn't tell that you are a rich man." Chapter 692. Donna led Han Shoror to the largest divine weapon shop on the block. The shop was divided into 5 floors. The bottom floor only sold divine weapons used by demigods and base gods, the second floor sold divine weapons used by low gods, the third floor sold divine weapons used by mid-gods, the fourth floor was used to negotiate for custom-made divine weapons, and the fifth floor was for the shop owners to rest. Only a few of the largest shops on Elysium would sell high god weapons. There were no divine weapon shops of that scale in this block. Han Shoror followed Donna into the shop and walked from the first floor to the third floor. Looking at the dazzling array of armors, staffs, divine weapons, and divine stones, Han Shoror had to admit that the people of Elysium were far ahead of all the masters on Profound Continent in the field of artifact smelting. Not only did all the artifacts here have unique functions, they were also exquisitely crafted. The armors were often engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns or boundary seals. Some of the magical formations and divine weapons were also inlaid with beautiful gems that had special functions. Compared to the artifacts displayed here, the weapons made by the elves on Profound Continent, regardless of their actual functions, were much less exquisite. All the guards in the shop recognized Donna. When Donna walked in, they all bowed and greeted Miss Donna as Miss Donna. "Stop looking. We are going straight to the 4th floor. It won't be too late for you to look around later," Han Shoror said. When Donna saw that Han Shoror seemed to be interested in every artifact, as though he wanted to memorize everything here, she couldn't help but urge him. "I have to say, these artifacts are really exquisite. They are even more beautiful than those of the harsh elves on our continent." Han Shoror moved his gaze away from an exquisite sapphire crown and raised his head to look at Donna. "The elves you mentioned also exist on Elysium. However, their art of smelting is far inferior to that of the godly refiners. They generally work as assistants for the godly refiners. The art of smelting of the elves on your continent is probably inherited from the ancient elves on Elysium. Naturally, they can't compare to the godly refiners," Donna explained smilingly. There were many races on Elysium. Among them, the refined god race was a race that pursued art to the extreme. Just like those gods who constantly pursued power, their pursuit of aesthetics had reached a crazy and perverse level. Every piece of equipment on Elysium would need to be perfected by the refined god race after it was smelted. Every piece of equipment on Elysium was so exquisite that it would be liked by anyone who laid eyes on it. As the two conversed, they arrived at the 4th floor. There was an old man resting with his eyes closed. He wore a long robe with checkered patterns all over it. He looked very strange. As soon as he saw Donna, his half-closed eyes suddenly lit up. He chuckled and said, "So it's Miss Donna of the House of Lavas. Are you planning to custom-make some special divine weapons?" Donna shook her head and turned to the side to let Hanshoro enter. She smiled sweetly and said, "Grandpa Domo, you are mistaken this time. I am not here to spend but to sell you some extra divine weapons." The old man named Domo only had base god strength of death. He had spent most of his time and energy on smelting divine weapons. Therefore, he had a unique insight in this field. "Haha, little Donna, you must be joking. Your House of Lavas is rich and overbearing. Why would you think of selling divine weapons to us? Little Donna, you don't lack that little bit of money." Domo was very happy to hear Donna address him as Grandpa. He did not continue to address Donna as Miss. "Of course it's not me. It's a new friend of mine. He has some divine weapons in his possession that he will never be able to use. He might as well exchange them for some crystal coins." Donna put on a sweet smile and sat down on the empty oak chair in front of Domo. She even beckoned to Hanshoro. "Does this friend here have something to sell?" Domo sized up Hanshoro in astonishment. He then nodded and smilingly said, "Don't worry. For the sake of little Donna, I will not cheat you. Take out everything you have. I will give you an estimate of the price. If it is suitable, we will make a deal." "No problem." Hanshoro straightforwardly took out the space ring and took out all the items of various sizes. He placed them in front of Domo one by one. Among them were swords, armors, and some other miscellaneous gadgets. Domo calmly looked at the over 20 items on the table. Only when Hanshoro took out all the items did he start fiddling with them one by one. He seemed to be memorizing something in his mind. When Domo saw the 3 divine weapons of Eriksson and Kaiser, his eyes lit up. Those 3 items belonged to Kaiser and Eriksson, right? It was only when Domo was carefully flipping through the 3 items that Donna also noticed the anomaly. She looked at Hanshoro in astonishment and asked, "How did they end up in your hands?" "Those 2 died in that strange place. I happened to stumble upon them while I was lost. So, I randomly took those 3 items." Hanshoro appeared to be very nonchalant as he made up an excuse. "You are so lucky." Donna stared at Hanshoro smilingly. When Hanshoro looked back at her, she secretly rolled her eyes and said, "Why do you always run into good things?" Donna recalled the situation back then. The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she became. Back then, Hanshoro clearly said that he was also trapped and only managed to escape with great difficulty. So, how did he manage to collect Kaiser and Eriksson's divine weapons? Who knows? "Ha." Hanshoro shrugged nonchalantly. These few mid-grade divine weapons can be considered valuable. The others are rather cheap." After a while, Domo put down the divine weapons in his hand. He raised his head to look at Hanshoro and Donna and said, "Let's make it 300 black crystal coins in total. Do you think that's a good deal?" Domo's words were directed at Hanshoro. However, Domo merely shot a glance at Hanshoro before turning his attention back to Donna. It was obvious that Donna of the Lava's family was the person that Domo truly valued. As for Hanshoro, he was merely an insignificant character. "Brian, what do you think?" Donna looked at Hanshoro with a faint smile. "No problem." With Donna around, Hanshoro believed that Domo wouldn't rip him off. Besides, based on Hanshoro's understanding of the market, 300 black crystal coins was a very fair price. Therefore, Hanshoro readily agreed to the deal. Domo was even more straightforward than Hanshoro. Without even putting away the divine weapons on the table, he immediately ordered someone to withdraw 300 black crystal coins and handed them to Hanshoro. And just like that, the deal was sealed. On Elysium, 1 purple crystal coin was equivalent to 100 blue crystal coins and 1 black crystal coin was equivalent to 100 purple crystal coins. Back when Hanshoro first arrived on Elysium, he only needed 50 blue crystal coins to get a divine tablet. Renting a gymnasium would only cost him a few purple crystal coins and entering the City of Shadows would only cost him a single purple crystal coin. 300 black crystal coins could be considered a small windfall. As long as Han Shoror didn't spend too much on high-grade divine weapons and scrolls, 300 black crystal coins would be enough for him to use for a very long time. Not bad. You can be considered a rich man. Our House of Lava's fortress outside the City of Shadows only collects 500 black crystal coins in taxes every month. For an outsider who has just arrived on Elysium, the only ones who can amass 300 black crystal coins in such a short period of time are those peak-stage mid-gods and high-gods. You are but a low god. You should be proud of yourself for having such an accomplishment. Donna sighed from the bottom of her heart. She had been thinking of using crystal coins to rope Han Shoror into the Lava's family. Little did she expect that Han Shoror would be so resourceful. He had made a small fortune as soon as he arrived on Elysium. It wouldn't be that easy to move Han Shoror with crystal coins. Compared to a rich man like you, this little bit of wealth is nothing. Han Shoror replied modestly. Grandpa Domo, I shall not disturb you any longer. Let's take a stroll downstairs. If we find something suitable, perhaps I will return those crystal coins to you, said Donna as she stood up. Haha, I still have to sort these things out. I won't keep you company. I will give you a 20% discount on anything you like. Go on, go on. Together with Han Shoror walked to the 3 floors below. He picked out a few dozen origin crystals that he had his eyes on. They were exactly the same as the ones Han Shoror had obtained from the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race in Tarag Canyon. These were all good items needed to form a soul of element from demigod to base god. The origin crystals, which were considered rare treasures on Profound Continent, were sold for only 5 purple crystal coins in this shop. It was so cheap that Han Shoror was about to go crazy. These origin crystals can be found in the center of many energy mines on Elysium. They aren't particularly precious. Besides, they are only useful for demigods to form a soul of element from base god to demigod. You have long surpassed that realm. Why do you need so many? Donna asked Han Shoror in astonishment. Of course I don't need them. But I have a lot of friends on Profound Continent. To them, these origin crystals are treasures that can allow them to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. Sigh, due to the abundance of elements on Elysium, there are many miraculous items on Profound Continent. We don't have these on Profound Continent. No wonder you say that Profound Continent is just a low-level material plane. Han Shoror sighed. Do you have a little lover on that continent? You can't seem to forget her. Hee. Donna laughed. After hearing Donna's words, Han Shoror suddenly thought of Emily, Fanny, and the others. He wondered how they were doing. He really did miss them and therefore didn't answer Donna's question. Upon seeing Han Shoror's expression, Donna immediately knew that she had guessed correctly. For some reason, when she saw Han Shoror's sad and longing expression, Donna actually felt somewhat uncomfortable. This startled Donna and she immediately chided herself in her mind. What's wrong with me? I shouldn't be having such emotions. Shouldn't I have long forgotten what I experienced in that illusion? Why would I suddenly recall it? Donna had an odd expression on her face as her imagination ran wild. Chapter 693. Inside the shop, Han Shoror spent some crystal coins to purchase many items suitable for beginners. Those so-called divine weapons, which were absolutely rare on the Profound Continent, were clearly marked in the shop, and they weren't expensive at all. Han Shoror spent only 5 black crystal coins to purchase sufficient equipment from this shop. He did not purchase any divine weapons for himself and left the shop with Donna. Not long after the two left the shop, a petite, purple-haired middle-aged man walked into Domo's room. Mr. Domo, I wonder if there's anything wrong with the origin of those divine weapons sold by that youngster. Do you want to investigate? The purple-haired middle-aged man asked. Domo's entire body was squeezed into the chair. He lazily shot a glance at the man and said in a displeased manner, that youngster was brought here by Miss Donna of the Lava's family. Even if there are any problems, we will bear the responsibility. Master has instructed us not to offend anyone from the 5 major family clans. Jackson, Are you going to go against Master's words? Of course not. Jackson lowered his head and replied. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. He thought to himself, we are both blacksmiths in this shop, why do you have to be so superior to me? However, if there really is a problem with the origins of those divine weapons, if we don't handle them properly and they leak out, who will bear the responsibility? What problem can there be with just some low-grade divine weapons? Domo's face was filled with disdain. He impatiently said to Jackson, the only valuable items are 3 mid-god divine weapons from the element of light and water. No matter how I look at it, there shouldn't be any problem. All right, put my name on this transaction. If there really is a problem, I will take full responsibility. Are you satisfied? Since you have put it that way, of course I won't have any objections. All right, I won't disturb you any further. Go back to your rest, I'll take a look around. Jackson chuckled mischievously and immediately retreated from Domo's room. He came to a corner on the 3rd floor, found a few guards, and instructed in a low voice, investigate the origins of those divine weapons. Be careful. Report to me immediately if you find anything wrong. Understood, Mr. Jackson, we know what to do. The guards were all on Jackson's side and immediately nodded to show that they understood. Hanshaw and Donna had no idea that Hanshaw was dragged into the matter because of a personal grudge. At this moment, Hanshaw was still strolling around with Donna. With Donna's introductions, Hanshaw gained a deeper understanding of the City of Shadows. When the two returned to the lava's residence, the 2 guards at the door looked at Hanshaw in amazement. It was as though they felt that it was a great thing for Donna to accompany Hanshaw. Young Miss, young Master Dewey just instructed us to make a trip to Second Master's place after you return. A guard respectfully transmitted a message to Donna. Got it, Hanshaw replied amiably. After leading Hanshaw into the lava's residence, Donna pointed at the tall building she lived in and said to Hanshaw, Uncle must want to talk to me about my upcoming mission to the Space Dominion. I'll be heading over first. You can take a rest inside. Don't stand on ceremony. Oh, there's a gymnasium at the back. Some members of the family, divine guards, and cabinet members would sometimes spar there. If you feel bored, you can go and take a look. All right. Hanshaw was rather interested in the gymnasium of the lava's residence. After Donna left, Hanshaw headed straight for the largest gymnasium. Those who could enter the lava's residence were generally not outsiders. The gymnasium was a place for people to spar and learn from one another. It was open to all members of the lava's family. Hanshaw did not encounter any obstructions and easily arrived at the gymnasium. The first thing Hanshaw saw upon entering the gymnasium were 4 boundary towers. They surrounded the 2,000 square meter gymnasium in a quadrangle shape. The 4 boundary towers created 4 layers of boundaries around the gymnasium to prevent the gymnasium from collapsing due to the intense divine energy. The gravity on Elysium was much higher than on Profound Continent. With the additional gravity added to the gymnasium, Hanshaw immediately felt that every step he took had become much more difficult. There were many people standing around the 2,000 square meter gymnasium. Several figures were engaged in intense sparring in several areas of the gymnasium. Divine lights flickered and the domains of divinity were in disarray. Most of the people in the gymnasium were wearing clothes with the emblem of a dark sun. Those people should be members of the lava's family. There were also a few people like Hanshaw who were dressed in bizarre attire with all kinds of emblems and symbols. They were pointing at the sparring people and discussing something in low voices. Hanshaw's arrival did not attract much attention. Those people were either chatting in groups of 3 or 4 or sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed in contemplation. It seemed that they had comprehended something during the sparring. No one bothered to disturb them. After observing for a moment, Hanshaw discovered that there were 5 mid-gods. The remaining dozen or so were high gods just like him. Not all of them cultivated in the 3 major energies of death, darkness, and destruction. There were also a few who cultivated in the energy of lightning, wind, and earth. One of the mid-gods who cultivated in the energy of lightning was the most valiant of them all. Despite his young age, he possessed mid-stage mid-god strength. His body was surrounded by little snake-like electric arcs. He was as steady as a boulder as he defended against the attacks of two mid-gods of the same level. He wasn't at a disadvantage in the slightest. Every punch he threw was accompanied by flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder. Young Master Ting Fei is truly valiant. As expected of a genius of the Thunder King family. His raging thunder divine energy is too powerful. Yeah, even young Master Cage and Zico couldn't break through his lightning wall. They even had to be on guard against him. How terrifying! Some of the low gods at the side softly exclaimed. Their faces were filled with reverence. The battle between the three mid-gods at the center of the gymnasium grew fiercer and fiercer. The few low gods who were fighting in the surrounding areas had no choice but to compress their combat zone under the intense electric field. In the end, all of them stopped fighting and silently observed the intense battle between the three. Teng Fei was like a flood dragon covered in electric arcs. It was as though he wasn't affected by the gravitational field in the slightest. He streaked across the gymnasium. The electric arcs covering his body grew brighter and brighter. The rumbling of thunder in the gymnasium grew more and more intense. Cage, the second son of Donna's uncle Avery, and that divine guard named Zico kept retreating under Ting Fei's counterattacks. Bang! Bang! 3 claps of thunder exploded amidst the blazing lightning, and both Cage and Zico were blasted back several steps. Amazing! Ting Fei, your violent thunder divine energy is truly ferocious. We are all mid-stage mid-gods, but the two of us couldn't withstand it, Cage immediately exclaimed after he steadied himself. Ting Fei, who was standing as straight as a javelin, gently smiled and said to Cage, "The violent thunder divine power is extremely explosive in a head-on fight, but if it's a real fight to the death, you guys definitely won't go head-on with you. It's really hard to say who will win and who will lose. Young Master Ting Fei is too polite. If it was a one-on-one fight, I would definitely retreat." Zico, a divine guard of the Lava's family, took a deep breath and agreed with Cage. He was a tactful divine guard. "Ting Fei, while you are a guest in our family, you must guide my little sister a lot. She admires you very much." Cage laughed heartily and pointed at Eve, who was only an early-stage mid-god. Eve was Avery's daughter. She bore some resemblance to Donna, but she lacked the graceful temperament of Donna. She was more elegant and pretty. At this moment, her cheeks were slightly red and she was looking at Ting Fei rather bashfully. It was obvious that she was very interested in Ting Fei. "Haha, of course," replied Ting Fei warmly. However, he only casually swept a glance at Eve. It seemed as though he wasn't very interested in Eve. All right, let's take a break and watch the others fight." Cage laughed and pulled Ting Fei towards the resting area where Eve was staying. "Hey, friend, you look unfamiliar. Are you also a member of our family?" Zico walked towards Han Shore. He was very familiar with this place and couldn't help but ask in astonishment when he saw the unfamiliar Han Shore. When the crowd in the gymnasium also saw the unfamiliar Han Shore, they all revealed attentive expressions. "No, I'm a friend of Donna. I heard the commotion and came over to take a look." Han Shore put on a faint smile and replied politely, "Oh, so you are a friend of Miss Donna. Hehe, friend, you cultivate in the energy of death. If you are interested, you can go down and find a suitable opponent to spar with. You will only gain enlightenment in a real battle. That will be very beneficial to you," Zico said to Han Shore with a smile. "No, I'm just here to take a look. Hehe, my strength is low and I won't embarrass myself," Han Shore tactfully declined. "Hey, friend, you are also a low god. And a late-stage low god at that. You can play with me. Don't be a wet blanket." A bald youngster stood in the gymnasium and waved at Han Shore. He looked somewhat similar to Dolores, except that he was slightly shorter. He also didn't have the grave and stern aura of Dolores. Miss Donna's friend must be extraordinary. "Friend, don't refuse. Come down and play with Doloxes. There won't be any problems." Teng Fei, who was drinking tea with Cage at the resting area, suddenly had his eyes light up when he heard that Han Shore was Donna's friend. Since young Master Teng Fei has spoken, don't refuse, friend. Give us some face and go down and play. Cage creased his brows and also tried to persuade Teng Fei. It seemed that he was very friendly towards Teng Fei. Alright, let's just have some fun. Don't take it too seriously. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Han Shao nodded with a smile and walked towards Doloxes in large strides. He thought that with Donna's identity, those people wouldn't be too serious. Chapter 694. Doloxes cultivated in the energy of darkness and possessed late-stage low-god strength. When he saw that Han Shao had agreed to the challenge, his smiley face suddenly changed. A gloomy and desolate aura was immediately released from his body. Han Shao walked step by step towards the center of the gymnasium. His main body merely mobilized the energy of his avatar of death. Soon enough, an aura of death that held no regard for life emanated from Han Shao's body. Both the energy of death and the energy of darkness were known for their evilness. They weren't particularly adept in close combat. Han Shao and Doloxes had no intention of engaging in close combat. Doloxes took the initiative to attack. His body gently swayed and 5 dark shadows separated from each other. The 5 shadows were pitch black and blurry. They were all covered in dense divine energy of darkness. As soon as the 5 shadows appeared, they immediately charged at Han Shao. They created even more blurry shadows in the gymnasium. It was a very bizarre sight. Those who cultivated in the energy of darkness were experts in concealing their bodies and aura. They would often use the shadows to obscure their opponent's vision in battle. They would hide their true body in the darkness or transform into a shadow. They would then take advantage of their opponent's confusion and kill them in a single strike. It seemed that Doloxes knew how to utilize this technique very well. The blurry shadows constantly circled around Han Shao and approached Han Shao little by little. Han Shao stood perfectly straight on the same spot. His eyes calmly looked at the blurry shadows that were constantly flashing in front of him. He wasn't the slightest bit affected by the phantoms. It was only when the many shadows got closer and closer that Han Shao deployed his 3 trump card boundaries of death around himself. It was obvious that he was going to take a defensive stance. Doloxes conjured more and more shadowy figures that fluttered gracefully in the gymnasium. When the speed of the shadowy figures grew faster and faster, nearly 100 shadowy figures suddenly rushed at Han Shao, attacking him from all directions. Han Shao remained in his original position, coldly watching the shadows. When the first shadow was about to attack his body, he was like a venomous snake that had been lying dormant for a long time, waiting for an opportunity. He abruptly scuttled out, his 2 hands drawing out layers of green waves that engulfed the dozen or so shadows. With a loud bang, he punched a shadow that was still flying around. Bang! Han Shao's fist landed squarely on Dolox's chest. All of the shadows vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. As it was just a sparring session, Han Shao didn't put too much force into this punch. It was just enough to stop Dolox's body and render him powerless to continue conjuring shadows. However, it didn't injure Doloxes at all. Hey! How is this possible? How could he locate the true body of Doloxes so accurately when they are in the same realm? Unbelievable. So many shadows can't confuse his vision. It's amazing. The spectators around the training field were all discussing in low voices. They were all marveling at Han Shao's astonishing attack. Generally speaking, in a battle between 2 experts of the same realm, the shadows conjured by those who cultivated in the energy of darkness would be difficult for their opponents to grasp. Those shadows could be infused with the divine energy of darkness and could cause harm to the enemy. When faced with the simultaneous attack of 100 shadows, those who couldn't locate the true body would generally adopt the most reliable defensive measures. Just like Doloxes, Han Shao was only a late-stage low god. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been possible for him to discover Han Shao's true body. However, the scene before the eyes of the spectators had subverted their understanding. That was why they were so astonished. Doloxes was astounded. He lowered his head to look at Han Shuor's iron fist that was stuck on his chest, seemingly unable to accept this fact. As Han Shuor didn't imbue too much divine energy of death into this punch, Doloxes wasn't injured in the slightest. He stared blankly for a moment before his eyes glowed with the color of unwillingness. Unexpectedly, the divine energy of darkness suddenly erupted from Doloxes' chest and gushed into Han Shuor's fist, causing Han Shuor to let out a muffled groan. Han Shuor was enraged. Based on common sense, Han Shuor's punch that landed on Doloxes' chest was already a victory for Han Shuor. At this moment, Doloxes should have gracefully admitted his defeat instead of seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. Fortunately, Han Shuor's demonic body was incomparably tough. Otherwise, when faced with Doloxes' divine energy of darkness, Han Shuor would surely have sustained light injuries. Han Shuor coldly groaned and the energy of death suddenly erupted from his body, forcibly suppressing the divine energy of darkness that Doloxes charged at his demonic body. With one thought, a small amount of demonic yuan overflowed. The demonic blades protruded from Han Shuor's fingernails, gleaming with threatening cold light. Whoosh! Han Shuor's left hand drew a complicated pattern. Doloxes' vision blurred. Before he could clearly see Han Shuor's movements, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Looking down, Doloxes discovered that 5 ice-cold blades were pressed against the main artery of his neck. If he moved even an inch, there was a possibility that he would be cut. Doloxes, who was still preparing to defeat Han Shuor in a spurt of energy, immediately discovered that Han Shuor was staring at him indifferently. His eyes were as cold and callous as the blade that was pressed against his neck. Doloxes felt a chill in his heart. He had the misconception that Han Shuor could rip him to shreds at any moment. He immediately raised both his hands high and shouted, "I've lost. Friend, you are indeed formidable. That friend over there, Doloxes, has just been punched by you. Why are you still being so unforgiving? Aren't you going a little too far?" Cage's voice deepened as he slowly walked over. He looked extremely displeased. "I'm going too far." The corners of Han Shuor's mouth curled into a sneer. He maintained the posture of his hand and turned around to shoot a cold glance at Cage. He said, "You possess mid-god strength. If you had observed carefully just now, you would definitely have noticed Doloxes' little tricks. He was the one who disobeyed the rules first. Not only did you not mention it, but you also said that I'm going too far. Hehe, is this how your House of Lavas treats its guests? Put your hands down first. We can talk things over if there is any misunderstanding." Cage hastily tried to mediate when he saw the grim expression on Han Shuor's face. He really thought that Han Shuor would kill Han Shuor in a fit of rage. "Hey, friend, there's no need to be like this. It's just a spar. There's no need to be so serious." Zico, seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, immediately walked over and mediated. "What are you guys so nervous about? I didn't mean anything by it. I was just explaining the situation to you." Han Shuor sneered. He turned around and stared at Doloxes, who had his hands raised high. While secretly guarding against Doloxes, Han Shuor slowly put away the unsheathed demonic blades. When the demonic blades were completely removed from Doloxes' neck, Doloxes suddenly retreated several steps. His expression changed as he said hatefully, "How dare you point a sharp weapon at me? What is your relationship with our eldest sister? What are you doing in our Lava's family?" Cage's face immediately turned gloomy when he realized that Doloxes' safety was no longer threatened by Han Shuor. He stared at Han Shuor and interrogated him. "He is just a low god. I reckon that he came to our Lava's family through our eldest sister. He must be tired of living to be so rough with Doloxes." The beautiful Eve stood up and looked at Han Shuor with a face filled with disgust. "What?" Han Shuor squinted his eyes and took in the expressions of the others. He looked at Eve disdainfully and mocked, "Are you going to teach me a lesson if I say that Donna and I aren't friends? Heh, you guys are all from the same family clan, but compared to Donna, you guys are nothing." "You? What did you say?" Eve was enraged. She pointed at Han Shuor and said sternly, "Say it again if you have the gut." "Ha, if you want to humiliate yourself, I really don't mind. There was no way Han Shuo was afraid of her. He sneered and repeated what he said. When Eve was about to attack him, Han Shuo suddenly pointed at Ting Fei, who was standing beside Eve, and said with a mischievous smile, "Miss Eve, you are not behaving like a young lady of a large family clan. Can't you see the disdain and ridicule on young Master Ting Fei's face?" Eve was shocked to hear those words from Han Shuo. Only then did she remember that Ting Fei was standing beside her. She panicked and hastily turned to look at Ting Fei, who was trying to hide his embarrassment after being exposed by Han Shuo. "No, I don't have that intention," Ting Fei immediately explained when he saw Eve looking at him. He forced a smile at Han Shuo and said, "Friend, don't speak nonsense. I have never offended you. Zico, I'll have to trouble you to take down this suspicious fella. I will personally ask my elder sister what this fella is doing in our family clan." When Cage saw that Han Shuo had so casually neutralized Eve's attack and had cleverly created a small conflict between Eve and Ting Fei, he immediately felt that he couldn't allow Han Shuo to continue causing trouble. Zico was in a difficult position. He didn't dare to offend Donna's friend, but he didn't know how to refuse Cage's words. He was in a dilemma. "I will help young Master Cage take him down," shouted another early-stage mid-god who cultivated in the energy of destruction. He seemed to want to curry favor with Ting Fei and charged straight at Han Shuo. It seemed that he was prepared to capture Han Shuo at lightning speed. It was absolutely impossible for Han Shuo to contend against an early-stage mid-god expert with just the strength of his two avatars. Han Shuo's heart turned cold when he saw that he was forced into a corner. He started hesitating whether or not he should utilize demonic arts. It was at this moment that Han Shuo suddenly sensed Donna's aura and immediately realized that Donna had arrived. But strangely, Han Shuo discovered that Donna did not immediately lend him a hand. It seemed that she had some other intentions. With one thought, Han Shuo immediately realized that Donna must be doubting his strength and wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong she really was. Han Shuo, who was about to utilize demonic arts, suddenly changed his mind. He stayed where he was and waited for the guard to approach him. He used the energy of his avatar of death to defend himself. Although that guard didn't know how close the relationship between Han Shuo and Donna was, he didn't dare to do anything to Han Shuo because of his relationship with Donna. He only followed Cage's instructions to capture Han Shuo. With Han Shuo deliberately concealing his strength, it only took a few short seconds for Han Shuo to be immobilized against that mid-god who was an entire realm lower than him. Just when that guard was about to capture Han Shuo, Donna, who had been hiding in the dark, finally made her move. A dark shadow suddenly descended on the gymnasium. Bang! That guard was sent flying far away. Donna stood in front of Han Shuo with a furious expression. She glared at that guard who was sitting on the ground and panting. She coldly groaned and said, "You've got guts. How dare you touch my friend? Who gave you the courage to do so?" That guard was stunned when he saw Donna. He subconsciously turned to look at Cage. When Cage saw that Donna had angrily come to Han Shuo's rescue, he immediately realized that he had misjudged the relationship between Han Shuo and Donna. Cage very irresponsibly avoided the gaze of that guard who stood up for him. He chuckled and said, "Big sister, why are you here? They are just playing with your friend. Why are you so angry?" It was obvious that Donna held an extremely high status in the Lava's family. Many of the guards who were planning to make a move on Han Shuo immediately gave up on the idea. They were afraid that Donna would see through their intentions. "Brian is a friend that I went through a lot of trouble to invite over. I believe that he should have told you about this. I didn't expect that you would dare to capture him. Are you looking down on me?" Donna said furiously. She glared at everyone in the gymnasium with her almond-shaped eyes. "It's none of my business. Can you not glare at me like that?" Ting Fei put on a bitter smile and raised his hand to explain. His gaze towards Donna was filled with unconcealable love. He hastily tried to prove his innocence. "You are not a good person either. You only know how to laugh at others," Donna scolded Ting Fei. Then, she turned to Han Shuo and said apologetically, "Brian, I'm sorry. I didn't expect something like this to happen. I have long seen the arrogance of a descendant of a major family. It's nothing to be surprised about. Han Shoror shrugged and said to Donna with a faint smile, "Forget it, I'll just move out. I really can't get used to staying in your lava's family." Ah! Donna panicked. She had witnessed how miraculous and mysterious Han Shoror was. She wholeheartedly wanted to rope Han Shoror into the lava's family. Now that she heard Han Shoror's words, she hastily pleaded, "Don't do this, Brian. I promise you, this will never happen again. You just arrived and I haven't even had the chance to greet you. How can you leave so soon? I'm sorry, I really can't stand the face of some people. Staying here will only affect my cultivation mood. Alright, I have enough black crystal coins in my hands. I can live a free and easy life even if I don't leave the City of Shadows. Perhaps we will have many opportunities to meet in the future. Please don't try to stop me," Han Shoror said to Donna in a stern face. He had made up his mind to draw a line between himself and the lava's family. He's just a low god. There are plenty of them in the City of Shadows. What's so great about him? Eve couldn't help but groan coldly when she saw that Han Shoror was unmoved by Donna's strenuous efforts to persuade Han Shoror to stay. "Shut up." Donna was feeling vexed. She shouted at Eve, "You know nothing but to cause trouble for the family. I don't care about you, but you can't do anything about it, can you? Elder sister, you are so fierce to me because of this brat. You. Eve put on a wronged face after being yelled at by Donna. Tears were already rolling down her cheeks. "I know the way. Elder sister Donna, you don't have to send me off." While Donna was yelling at Eve, Han Shoror had already walked out of the gymnasium. He turned around and yelled at Donna before rapidly disappearing from the crowd's sight. When he shows off his abilities in the City of Shadows, you will all know how big of a mistake you have made today. Sigh, you guys. Donna looked at Cage and the others with resentment. She let out a long sigh and hastily chased after Han Shoror. However, when she walked out of the gymnasium, she discovered that Han Shoror had vanished without a trace. Donna knew that after today's incident, Han Shoror would never join the lava's family. She was filled with regret as she knew that the lava's family had missed out on yet another talent. But what she did not know was that today's incident had nearly brought the lava's family to extinction. Chapter 695. Han Shoror hastily left the lava's residence and went to another street block. He spent 5 purple crystal coins to rent a gymnasium. The gymnasium was only 500 square meters in size and was defended by 2 boundary towers. After closing the gymnasium, Han Shoror's 2 avatars flew out from the cauldron of Myriad Demon. The avatar that cultivated in the energy of death continued to absorb the divine essences of death he obtained, while the avatar that cultivated in the energy of destruction condensed the orbs of destruction and slowly explored how to use the orbs of destruction and his domain of divinity inside the boundary. Back in Fort Verka, Han Shoror had paid close attention to the orbs of destruction released by Brovst's dark golden sphere. Using his consciousness, Han Shoror tried his best to memorize the trajectories of the orbs of destruction as they revolved around the boundary of the gymnasium. Now that Han Shoror was experimenting with the usage of the orbs of destruction again and again, he was no longer fumbling around. By relying on the powerful memory of his consciousness, Han Shoror guided the orbs of destruction around his domain of divinity according to the trajectories of the orbs of destruction. Han Shoror, who had calmed his mind, sat in the gymnasium, oblivious to the passage of time. He experimented with the flight trajectories of the orbs of destruction over and over again. Gradually, Han Shoror discovered that the orbs of destruction became more and more agile as he tried to operate them according to the memory of his consciousness. The trajectories of the orbs of destruction also seemed to coincide with the essence of the Edict of Destruction. Han Shoror's avatar of death and avatar of death were not idling around either. Unknowingly, all the divine essences of death that Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie found had been sucked clean by Han Shoror's avatar of death. As Han Shuor's avatar of death had previously absorbed the divine soul of a pure mid-god without any self-awareness, his comprehension of the energy of death would increase as his energy improved. After absorbing all the divine essences, Han Shuor faintly sensed that the divine energy in his body was on the verge of a breakthrough. This meant that as long as he had sufficient divine energy, Han Shuor's avatar of death could very possibly break through to mid-god realm within a short period of time. There was an enormous barrier between low gods and mid-gods. Once Han Shuor stepped into the realm of low gods, it would mean that his status on Elysium would rise to a higher level. For example, in the City of Shadows, there were countless low gods like Han Shuor. However, the number of mid-gods was drastically reduced. Almost every mid-god would receive invitations from various family clans and would gain some status in the city. Han Shuor's main body was not idling around either. While his two avatars were constantly cultivating and improving themselves, Han Shuor's main body had been discussing demonic arts techniques with Cauldron Spirit. He had started cultivating the invincible omen body that could only be mastered by those in the omen realm. The invincible omen body was a secret technique that could strengthen one's physical defenses to the greatest extent. According to the demonic consciousness left behind by Jiyu Tianxie, the exalted demon lord, the invincible omen body could instantly fill every cell and bone in one's body with demonic yuan. It would strengthen one's physical defenses by 100-fold and form a defensive barrier inside one's body. Once one was attacked, one's demonic body would automatically form the invincible omen body, rendering the enemy's attacks useless. As the demonic yuan of a demonic art cultivator grew, the defensive power of the invincible omen body would also grow stronger. In the end, not only would the cultivator be impervious to swords and spears, water and fire, but it would also possess a terrifying counterattack power. Once the cultivator was attacked, the invincible omen body would automatically gather the energy within the cultivator's body and instantly unleash a terrifying force, inflicting heavy damage on the opponent. It could be said that once one mastered the invincible omen body, one would not have to worry about being ambushed. Any ambushes would be like getting caught in a web of their own making. It was said that when Jiyu Tianxie, the exalted demon lord, was refining a demonic weapon, he was discovered by 3 of his enemies. When the 3 saw that Jiyu Tianxie, the exalted demon lord, was refining a demonic weapon, they immediately joined forces and attacked him. However, under the terrifying defensive power of Jiyu Tianxie's invincible omen body, Jiyu Tianxie merely vomited a small mouthful of blood. Of the 3 attackers, 2 were killed on the spot by the counterattack of their invincible omen body. The 3rd was so badly injured that he was scared out of his wits and immediately stumbled out of the place. He died before he could even walk out of Jiyu Tianxie's demonic domain. Han Shuor had a very solid foundation to begin with. He had placed great emphasis on the tempering and forging of his physical body over the years. As soon as he obtained the cultivation method for the invincible omen body, Han Shuor immediately began to cultivate without eating or sleeping. Whenever he came across something he did not understand, he would immediately ask Cauldron Spirit. Cauldron Spirit was indeed worthy of being the most precious demonic treasure. Under the influence of Jiyu Tianxie, its understanding of demonic energy was much deeper than Han Shuor's. It was able to provide detailed explanations to many of the questions that Han Shuor did not understand. With the help of Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuor tirelessly cultivated the invincible omen body. The invincible omen body was a process of destruction and reconstruction. During the cultivation process, Han Shuor's blood vessels would rupture and his internal organs would shatter. Having gotten used to the cultivation method of demonic arts that was akin to self-mutilation, Han Shuor persisted in forging his physical body over and over again. The concept of time in the gymnasium was very indifferent. The first to wake up was Han Shuor's avatar of death. After absorbing all the divine essences containing the energy of death, it was no longer as easy for his avatar of death to make any further progress. When Han Shuor raised his head and looked at the energy clock hanging on the ceiling of the gymnasium, he realized that half a year had passed without him realizing it. During this period of time, Han Shoror had only absorbed all the divine essences while his other two avatars were still immersed in their cultivation. Another 3 months passed. Han Shoror's avatar of destruction had also stopped studying the Edict of Destruction. Han Shoror had experimented with all the methods he had memorized with his consciousness and had grasped part of the usage of the orbs of destruction. At present, with a single thought from Han Shoror, the 5 orbs of destruction would constantly revolve around Han Shoror according to the Edict of Destruction. So long as Han Shoror willed it, those orbs of destruction would attack any corner in a special trajectory. Han Shoror knew that the usage of the orbs of destruction could only be gradually improved as his understanding of the Edict of Destruction increased. This avatar of his was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Han Shoror believed that with another epiphany, he would be able to take another step forward and reach the late-stage low-god realm. Another 2 months passed. Han Shoror's main body that was cultivating the invincible omen body had also stopped its refinement. Han Shoror had almost crazily cultivated and tortured himself to the point of achieving a small success in the invincible omen body. Once Han Shoror willed it, the invincible omen body would materialize and the demonic yuan would instantly fill every corner of his body. However, Han Shoror was still a long way from achieving the realm of invincible omen body. As for the realm of invincible omen body where it would automatically explode with the power of invincible omen body, Han Shoror was still far from achieving that realm. He could only take it one step at a time. All 3 of his avatars had temporarily cultivated to their limits. If he wanted to take another step forward, he couldn't just rely on cultivation to make a breakthrough. At this time, Han Shoror knew that there was no longer any need to stay in the gymnasium. His 2 avatars once again returned to Han Shoror's body. After taking a good bath in the gymnasium and changing into a set of clean clothes, Han Shoror walked out of the gymnasium. As he had stayed in the gymnasium for nearly a year, the 5 purple crystal coins that Han Shoror had paid previously were not enough. He had no choice but to pay another 6 purple crystal coins. When Han Shoror handed over the remaining purple crystal coins to the old man, he took the opportunity to ask, "Where is the largest scroll shop in the vicinity?" "Head north from here. You will see a scroll shop called God's Gift very soon. You should be able to find what you need inside." After putting away the 6 purple crystal coins, the old man enthusiastically pointed the way for Han Shoror. After thanking the old man, Han Shoror left the gymnasium and headed towards the scroll shop called God's Gift. Approximately 20 minutes later, Han Shoror entered the scroll shop. Han Shoror needed some truly useful comprehension of the Edict of Destruction. Therefore, he came here. This was the scroll shop owned by God Hunter Raman in Fort Verka. This God's Gift shop was much bigger than Han Shoror had imagined. Although the shop only had 1 floor, it was divided into many sections. Other than the energy of life and the energy of light, the other 10 fundamental energies were divided into their own sections. There was also a section filled with experience scrolls for all sorts of non-mainstream energies. There were scrolls for the cultivation of fighting aura, scrolls for the cultivation of the energy of fear, and even scrolls for the cultivation of the energy of lust. This greatly surprised Han Shoror. When Han Shoror arrived at the section for the scrolls of destruction, he discovered that the entire section was divided into 3 sections. One was for scrolls on the comprehension of the Edict of Destruction, one was for scrolls on the attack methods of the Edict of Destruction, and the last was for scrolls on the usage of divine weapons of destruction. Each of the 3 sections was guarded by specialized personnel. They were in charge of explaining and selling nearly 100 types of scrolls. All of them were professionally trained. Each and every one of them was smiling from ear to ear and gave off a comfortable feeling as though one was bathing in a spring breeze. Upon arriving at this section, Han Shoror had to admit that this was a truly large shop. Compared to this place, Raman's shop was simply insignificant. Han Shoror walked straight to the section for scrolls on the comprehension of the Edict of Destruction. When he lowered his head to take a look, he was startled yet again. He saw that those scrolls were priced in black crystal coins. They were so expensive that Han Shoror was a little dazed. The cheapest scroll was priced at 3 black crystal coins. The most expensive scroll for mid-gods was priced at 9,000 black crystal coins. That was far more than Han Shuor's current net worth. Every scroll in our shop has been specially inspected. You should feel that they are worth the price. After all, the improvement of one's cultivation realm is the foundation of one's strength. It is normal for them to be a little expensive. After explaining to Han Shuor in a very amiable manner, the young and handsome shop assistant asked, "May I know where you have encountered a problem? I can help you select a suitable scroll." Han Shuor stared blankly for a moment after hearing those words. He quickly replied, "I am currently in the mid-stage low-god realm. At present, I have a vague feeling that I am about to make a breakthrough to the late-stage low-god realm. Unfortunately, I have not been able to grasp the crux of the breakthrough. I do not know which aspect I am lacking in. Therefore, I would like to see if there are any scrolls here that can help me." This is a scroll. It contains the insights of a person who had made a breakthrough to the late-stage low-god realm. It is priced at 47 black crystal coins. I believe it will be of some help to you. The shop assistant lowered his head and flipped through a booklet. After a while, he raised his head and took a scroll from the bottom of the counter. He confidently said to Han Shuor, "So professional." Han Shuor was greatly amazed. His trust in this shop grew. Without any hesitation, Han Shuor took out 47 black crystal coins and handed it to the shop assistant. He said, "All right, give it to me. Before I sell it, according to the rules, I have to remind you that the scrolls here are merely the insights of the predecessors who had made a breakthrough. Not everyone's cultivation path is the same. Perhaps the successful experiences of the predecessors might not be suitable for you. These scrolls may give you more insights, but they cannot guarantee that you will be able to make a breakthrough to your current realm." The shop assistant explained to Han Shuor with a faint smile. "All right, I understand. Give it to me." Han Shuor naturally knew that the scrolls wouldn't be 100% effective. He didn't need the shop assistant's reminder. "Please give me your divine tablet. We have a rule here that all scrolls for sale must be recorded in detail," the shop assistant said apologetically. After handing over the divine tablet and the 47 black crystal coins, Han Shuor also received the scroll after going through the normal procedures. He impatiently skimmed through the contents of the scroll. Han Shuor's face was filled with a bitter smile. The owner of the scroll wasn't good at expressing himself at all. Some of the contents of the scroll were vague and confusing. Han Shuor couldn't understand what the owner was trying to say. It seemed that those were his own thoughts from the beginning. The only useful point was that the owner talked about hatred. He said that hatred gave him the urge to destroy everything. Under the support of intense hatred, the owner of the scroll could only think of utterly destroying his enemies. The moment he killed the enemy that was engraved in his bones, he suddenly made a breakthrough. "We have agreed beforehand that even if you fail to obtain what you need, we will not refund you." When the shop assistant saw the bitter smile on Han Shuor's face, he immediately realized that Han Shuor hadn't understood the meaning of the scroll. He hastily reminded Han Shuor, "Forget it. I should have known that everyone's understanding of cultivation is different. If divine scrolls were useful, there wouldn't be so many people stuck in the same realm." Han Shuor helplessly sighed, no longer pinning his hopes on the divine scrolls. He turned around and left the scroll shop. Hatred gives rise to the urge to destroy everything. Hatred. After exiting the scroll shop, Han Shuor thought to himself. He felt that the scroll had given him some inspiration on this point. However, the enemy that was engraved in his bones had long been killed by Han Shuor. At present, Han Shuor didn't have any enemy with such deep hatred. Even if he wanted to try, he didn't know where to start. Suddenly, Han Shuor raised his brows. He stopped moving and turned around to look behind him. Shortly after, a group of travel-worn divine guards from the City of Shadows rushed over and surrounded Han Shuor. "You are Brian, right?" The leader of the group was the green-haired young man whom Han Shuor had met in the Godhunter Valley. He immediately shouted coldly when he saw Han Shuor. "That's right. What's the matter?" Han Shuor stared blankly for a moment and looked at the young man in confusion. "You know what you have done. Come with us." After Han Shuor admitted to it, The green-haired young man shouted furiously, "Shameless fella! How dare you rob us of our spoils of war? I will make you spit them all out." Chapter 696. Upon hearing those words, Han Shaw immediately understood what was going on. Seeing that the green-haired young man was in a towering rage, Han Shaw put on a wry smile and refused to admit, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. Brat, you have robbed the deceased of all their belongings. If you have the guts to do it, why don't you have the guts to admit it?" "I didn't do it." "Why would I admit it? The items you sold at that divine weapon shop were obviously from the deceased in the valley. The people in the shop have reported it to me. Why are you still being so stubborn?" Han Shaw suddenly turned silent after hearing those words. He did not expect that Donna would cause so much trouble for those divine weapons. Seeing that there was no way he could deny it, Han Shaw bunched his brows and asked, "What do you want?" This wasn't a big deal. Han Shaw did not think that they could do anything to him. Nothing much. Those items were sold for a total of 300 black crystal coins. "Just come with us and make things clear. According to the rules, we will deduct a portion of your crystal coins and we will consider this matter settled," the green-haired young man said mischievously after seeing that Han Shaw had admitted to the crime. There were a dozen or so divine guards around Han Shaw. These divine guards were the direct subordinates of Erebus, one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows. All of them possessed mid-god strength. Erebus was a member of the largest family clan in the City of Shadows, the House of Saint. Han Shaw knew that he had just arrived in the city and did not have much capital. Therefore, Han Shaw followed the green-haired young man to the 3rd Corps that was under Erebus control. Naturally, Erebus would not be bothered with such a trivial matter. After arriving at the 3rd Corps, the green-haired young man brought Han Shaw to a hall filled with books and scrolls. A white-haired middle-aged man with a solemn face began to interrogate Han Shaw. After Han Shaw described what happened, the middle-aged man said, "According to the rules, you will have to pay them 2/3 of your crystal coins, which is 200 black crystal coins. Of those divine weapons I sold, 3 of them belong to mid-gods and they are mine. I didn't buy them from anyone else. Those 3 mid-god divine weapons are worth 250 black crystal coins. That's the real deal. I hope you understand this point clearly." Han Shaw immediately protested after hearing those words. "Mr. Caden, don't listen to his nonsense. This youngster is just a low god who has just arrived on Elysium. It is impossible for him to possess 3 mid-god divine weapons. Those divine weapons that he sold were all secretly looted from the valley. That is for sure." The green-haired young man sneered. 300 black crystal coins was a small fortune to them. There was no way they would be willing to let the powerless Han Shaw have it. It was obvious that Caden was biased towards the green-haired young man. He nodded and said, "Anito's words make sense. It is impossible for you to possess 3 mid-god divine weapons through normal means. Therefore, you must have obtained them from that valley. All right, you can leave after you hand over 200 black crystal coins. Stop quibbling. You are trying to scam me." Han Shaw coldly groaned and said, "I need you to handle this impartially. When I sold those divine weapons, I was with Miss Donna of the Lava's family. You can ask her about it and see if I am telling the truth." Miss Donna of the Lava's family? The person named Caden stared blankly for a moment before he turned to the green-haired young man, Anito, and asked, "Was Miss Donna there as well?" "No, I'm not too sure." Anito was rather hesitant. He had only received a message from a guard in that shop and did not investigate in detail. Now that he learned that Donna of the Lava's family was involved, he immediately realized that Han Shaw wouldn't be that easy to deal with. In the City of Shadows, the House of Saint was, of course, the dominant family. Although Anito and Caden could barely be considered members of the House of Saint, their status was far below that of the real members of the House of Saint. They were just divine guards under Erebus. Since even Erebus had to give the House of Lavas some face, it was only natural that they would have some misgivings. "All right, I will get to the bottom of this matter first," Han Shaw said. After hearing that Hanshoro mentioned Donna and seeing that Anito was hesitating, Caden thought for a moment and decided not to do anything to Hanshoro. He started preparing to get to the bottom of the matter. It was at this moment that Hanshoro truly understood what Donna meant. Unless one was a high god with formidable strength, if one did not have power or influence on Elysium and did not have the backing of a large family clan, one would run into a lot of trouble. From this incident, one could see the deterrent power of a large family clan. If it wasn't for Donna, Hanshoro would have suffered a great loss all by himself. You stay here for now. We will get to the bottom of Bai's situation very soon, Anito said angrily. Anito was about to leave angrily, feeling extremely gloomy in his heart. He had originally thought that Hanshoro was just a small character not worth mentioning. He didn't expect that he seemed to be very familiar with Donna. This had obviously messed up his plans. Bam! Before Anito could walk out of the hall, his body was suddenly sent flying back and crashed right next to Hanshoro. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our third core? Are you courting death? Caden was enraged. He slammed the table and stood up. Immediately, 20 or so divine guards rushed out from the corners of the hall. All of them were mid-gods. I'm courting death. Come and kill me, you fools. A shrill, young female voice sounded. As soon as the voice faded, an ugly young woman with disheveled lavender hair walked into the hall. Her face was like an irregular square. She had a small nose, thick lips, triangular eyes, and dark green skin. No matter from which angle one looked at her, she was ugly and even a little frightening. But if one were to focus their attention on her body instead of her face, one would discover that her figure was graceful and curvaceous. She definitely had a good figure that only a peerless beauty should have. It was a pity that her devilish figure, coupled with her monstrous appearance, made her look somewhat shameful. Although this woman was extremely ugly, she possessed astonishing strength. As soon as she walked into the hall, even though she did not deliberately release any energy, she gave Hanshoro a very obvious oppressive aura. It was an aura that only high gods could possess. Hanshoro secretly released a strand of his consciousness in an attempt to probe the woman's strength. Before Hanshoro's consciousness could approach her, her triangular eyes suddenly turned towards Hanshoro. Hanshoro was startled and immediately withdrew his consciousness. Ah, it's Miss Carmelita. What brings you to the third core? Caden, who was shouting furiously a moment ago, immediately shriveled up when he saw the ugly young lady. He put on a wry smile and bowed. Anito, who was sent flying, sat up, panting heavily. He hastily half-knelt on the ground and said, I'm sorry, miss. I didn't know it was you. Carmelita. As soon as Hanshoro heard how Caden addressed her, he carefully sized up the ugly young lady. Immediately, he noticed a very small pattern on the left shoulder of her tight-fitting purple armor. It was a pattern of 3 black holes arranged in a triangular formation. The black holes seemed to be able to absorb all energy. It was a pattern unique to the largest family clan in the City of Shadows, the House of Saint. Just like the dark sun of the House of Lavas, it was a unique symbol of a large family clan. After seeing the pattern of 3 black holes, Hanshoro immediately realized that the young lady was indeed the genius of the House of Saint, Carmelita. It was said that Carmelita had contracted a strange disease when she was young. As she grew up, she grew uglier and uglier. No treatment could cure her. However, although Carmelita grew uglier and uglier, she displayed astonishing talent in the cultivation of the energy of destruction. In just a short 300 years, she became an astonishing legend in the City of Shadows. Perhaps due to her ugly appearance, Carmelita had an extremely eccentric temperament and was very difficult to get along with. However, as she possessed valiant strength, her father was the patriarch of the House of Saint, and she was highly regarded by the House of Saint. No one dared to provoke her even though there were many experts in the City of Shadows. She was an extremely unique character in the City of Shadows. Where's Erebus? I need to talk to him about something. Carmelita glared at those people with her triangular eyes and asked impatiently. His lordship is still hunting down one of the God Hunter leaders, Brovst. He isn't at the third core for the time being, Caden replied cautiously. Damn it, He's not around every time I look for him. He must be hiding from me. Carmelita cursed. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly turned to look at Han Shoror and said laughingly, "Were you using your soul to observe me just now? You only possess low god strength, but the energy of your soul is rather strange. To think that you could actually escape from my soul tracking. What is your name and what are you doing here?" Han Shoror was startled. He did not expect that Carmelita would be so powerful to be able to detect the probing of his consciousness in an instant. He thought to himself, it seems that the divine soul of a high god is indeed powerful. I must be more careful next time and not act rashly. His name is Brian. He has come to assist us with some matters. This is what happened. Before Han Shoror could speak, Caden had already recounted the entire incident to Carmelita in a fawning manner. Brian, this name sounds a little familiar. Did someone mention it to me recently? Oh, Donna, you know Donna. I remember now, Donna once told me about it. Carmelita exclaimed softly. She started sizing up Han Shoror with her triangular eyes, giving Han Shoror goosebumps. After a while, Carmelita seemed to have recalled something. Her eyes lit up and she suddenly said, "Come with me. I want to ask you to do something for me." "Ah, what for?" Han Shoror asked blankly. "Don't worry about it. You will know when the time comes." Carmelita did as she said. She grabbed Han Shoror's arm and dragged him outside, as though she had long forgotten that Han Shoror was also a young woman. "Miss, this person is a little troublesome," Caden hastily said with a bitter smile when he saw that Carmelita was about to leave. "That's no longer troublesome. What's the point of bickering over some spoils of war? Erase that matter for me. Is that all right?" Carmelita did not even look at Caden as she dragged Han Shoror outside. No problem," Caden replied hastily. After Carmelita left, Caden glanced at Anito and said, "Just let it go. Don't pursue the matter." Anito smiled bitterly and nodded, "I can only let it go. I'm really unlucky." Chapter 697. Carmelita pulled Han Shoror and walked out of the third core. As soon as they stepped outside, Han Shoror saw an enormous airship hovering in the sky. On it stood a group of a few dozen people. All of them were wearing the Divine Guard uniforms of the House of Saint, and all of them possessed mid-god strength. Without giving Han Shoror a chance to speak, Carmelita pulled Han Shoror into the airship. As soon as the two boarded the airship, Carmelita ordered the Divine Guards of the House of Saint respectfully, "Fill up the energy crystals. Let's go." Airships were a commonly used means of transportation on Elysium. They were large-scale flying tools that were created using grand metallurgy and were powered by energy crystals. The airship was 100 meters long and had soft cushions on it. The Divine Guards of the House of Saint were sitting on it. "My lady, who is this youngster?" asked a plump, one-eyed woman without eyebrows as she sized up Han Shoror in a strange manner. "Erebus isn't in the third core. I heard that he went after Brovst. He must have taken his two subordinates who are adept at tracking," Carmelita said angrily as she glared at Han Shoror with her triangular eyes. She glared at Han Shoror with her triangular eyes and said, "This fella is called Brian. He comes from a low-level material plane. I heard from Donna that he is very observant and has extremely keen judgment and insight. Donna isn't the kind of person to speak without thinking. Her words are highly credible. Since we can't borrow people from Erebus, we can only use this youngster to make up the numbers. I hope that Donna's evaluation of him is true." This. The one-eyed plump woman stared blankly for a moment. She anxiously tried to persuade Carmelita to give up on Han Shoror. "What do you mean this? It doesn't make a difference whether he's here or not. Do you really think that we can't find those people who sneaked into the City of Shadows?" Carmelita said impatiently as she glared at the plump woman. She had accumulated too much prestige in the House of Saint. Although the plump woman was very displeased, she did not dare to say anything. She merely sighed and looked at Han Shoror suspiciously. "Take a break. I need you to help me find someone. I will inform you when we arrive. Don't worry, I still have some friendship with Donna. I won't do anything to you." Carmelita waved her hand and walked to the front of the flying bats by herself. She arrived at her designated spot and silently sat down. Hanshur was stunned. He looked at the dozen or so divine guards of the House of Saint around him who wore cold and stern expressions, and then at the fat woman who wore an unwilling face. Without saying a word, he sat down on the airship. Elysium was boundless. Even a small mountain range was the size of the Lancelot Empire. Here, even a high god's divine soul couldn't cover too far, especially when someone was carefully concealing their presence. It would be even more difficult to detect them. Hanshur reckoned that Carmelita and her party were searching for someone. She needed a special talent who could use the terrain and some minute clues to determine the situation. That was why she went to the third corps to ask Erebus for help. Unfortunately, Erebus wasn't around. Therefore, she decided to try her best and drag Hanshur along. Hanshur pondered for a moment and figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Everyone on the airship was cultivating in silence. Hanshur, who was used to solitude and solitude, didn't find it boring. He secretly observed the cultivation state of those powerful mid-gods, searching for something that he could learn from. Time flew by. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Hanshur suddenly noticed that the airship's speed had abruptly dropped. Hanshur lowered his head and discovered that the airship had arrived at a mountain range that was shrouded in multicolored miasma. The miasma carried a sour and rancid odor. It should contain toxins. Gradually, the airship stopped above the mountain range. Carmelita, who had been cultivating in silence, finally stood up. She lowered her head and looked at the mountain range that was shrouded in miasma. She softly cried out, "All right, we have finally arrived at the miasma cloud mountain range. Everyone, get ready and disembark from the airship. According to our intelligence, those guys are in the miasma cloud mountain range. Be careful. The peculiar miasma in the miasma cloud mountain range is very annoying. Not only does it carry all kinds of toxins, it can also reduce the perception of your divine soul. Don't worry, miss, they are well prepared." The plump woman put on a faint smile. She took out an exquisite medicine bottle and poured out some of the liquid to apply on her body. The liquid formed a faint membrane that completely covered her plump body. The divine guards on the airship followed suit. Every one of them had a faint membrane formed on their body under the effect of the medicine. Carmelita was the only one who didn't do the same. Her body naturally formed a destructive force field that was hard to see with the naked eye. It created layers of energy waves that prevented any gaseous substance from approaching her body. "Give Brian a bottle. Don't let him fall to the miasma before he can even take a few steps." Carmelita took the lead and flew towards the miasma cloud mountain range. Carmelita was the first to descend towards the miasma cloud mountain range. She only remembered Hanshur when she was in midair. After Carmelita's purple figure dived into the miasma, the plump woman unwillingly tossed a medicine bottle to Hanshur and said, "Just apply the medicine on your body. This bottle of medicine is worth 10 black crystal coins. You are really lucky. Many thanks." Hanshur smiled faintly and opened his hand. The medicine bottle flying towards him was sucked into his palm. He poured some of the medicine and smeared it on for a while. A very faint layer of thin film also appeared on his body, forming a special boundary that enveloped his body. Even without using the invincible omen body, Hanshur had no fear of the miasma's invasion. Having cultivated his demonic body to such a level, he could seal off all the pores on his body with a single thought. The miasma couldn't enter his body at all. Even if Hanshur were to take a deep breath, he could expel the miasma through his pores. The reason why he still used that bottle of medicine was because he didn't want to attract the plump woman's attention. "I don't know why the miss would bring a low god like you here. In any case, we don't care whether a burden like you lives or dies. If you encounter any danger, you better run as far as you can. Don't expect us to pay attention to you." The plump woman grumbled and was the second to descend towards the miasma cloud mountain range. She cultivated in the energy of darkness and possessed late-stage mid-god strength. It was only natural for her to look down on a puny low god like Hanshur. The divine guards of the House of Saint followed after Carmelita and the plump woman as they descended towards the miasma cloud mountain range. Soon, under the control of one of the divine guards, the airship gradually shrank. Han Shoror let out a soft laugh. He was rather interested in the situation in the miasma cloud mountain range. Before the divine guard could recall the airship, Han Shoror also descended towards the miasma cloud mountain range. Han Shoror discovered that the divine guards were closely following behind Carmelita. Each and every one of them wore vigilant expressions as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. As the miasma was everywhere, visibility was limited. No matter how good one's eyesight was, they could only see within 100 meters of themselves. Any further than that would be very difficult to see. Han Shoror had cultivated in demonic arts for many years, but he could only see within 300 meters of himself. Any further than that would be just as blurry and indistinct. Youngster, now is the time for you to come in handy. Can you find any traces of those people? The plump woman shot a cold glance at Han Shoror. She did not seem to trust Han Shoror at all. Han Shoror shook his head indifferently and replied, "There are no traces of humans in the vicinity. By the way, who are those people you are looking for? What energy do they cultivate? What are their characteristics? I need to know the details." Han Shoror, too, looked at the plump woman and asked the leader of the party, Carmelita. "They are people from the Life Dominion. They are our mortal enemies. According to the unwritten rules, anyone who cultivates in the Edict of Life or the energy of light must be killed without mercy once they are discovered in our darkness dominion. They must be harboring unspeakable secrets for daring to come to our City of Shadows territory. We need to figure out their motives and kill them all. Otherwise, if the other cities in the Darkness Dominion were to find out, they would definitely mock our City of Shadows for being incompetent." Carmelita explained to Han Shoror fiercely. The two parties were mortal enemies. Without any special reason, the other party would not dare to risk being killed by coming to the Darkness Dominion. It was no wonder that Carmelita and her party would muster such a large force to hunt down those cultivators of the Edict of Life. After learning their origins, Han Shoror felt a little more confident. Those who cultivated in the Edict of Life had a marvelous connection with nature. Once they entered a mountain range filled with ancient trees and a large number of plants, they would be the most difficult group to locate. It was no wonder that Carmelita wanted to borrow them from Erebus. Those who cultivated in the Edict of Life were not only adept at concealing their auras with the help of the natural environment, but they would also not destroy the natural environment. As such, they would leave very few traces as they moved about in the mountain range. On top of that, the mountain range was shrouded in miasma. Even if Han Shoror wanted to locate them, it would not be an easy task. Before descending, for fear that Carmelita would discover him, Han Shoror had released a dozen demon generals through Cauldron Spirit. At this moment, those demon generals were constantly spreading out in all directions, carefully observing every abnormal spot in the mountain range. Suddenly, one of the demon generals, Han Shoror, discovered traces of a battle between magical beasts about 30 miles to his right. There were a few broken trees that had been reconnected using some sort of energy. It was obvious that they had been tampered with by humans. Who else but cultivators of the Edict of Life would be willing to waste time on these plants? "Follow me," shouted Han Shoror and led the way in that direction. After walking for 30 meters, Han Shoror suddenly halted. He turned around to look at the dumbfounded divine guards, then at Carmelita, who was wearing a puzzled face. He smilingly asked, "What, you don't believe me? Did you really discover something? That's impossible. Even Erebus' two subordinates couldn't so easily discover traces of someone cultivating in the Edict of Life in the mountain range. How could you?" Carmelita's triangular eyes were glistening as she cried out in doubt. "My lady, this youngster must be deliberately mystifying us. He is just a puny low god. How could he possibly discover traces of them so quickly?" The plump woman clearly didn't believe Han Shoror at all and straightforwardly expressed her doubts. "If tracking is related to one's realm, Miss Carmelita wouldn't have brought me here. Don't try to act smart, all right?" Han Shoror put on a carefree smile and didn't pay any attention to the plump woman. Brat, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe that I can make you disappear from this place forever with just a flick of my finger? The plump woman shouted furiously. Shut up, Karina, Carmelita reprimanded in displeasure. Then, she bunched her sparse brows and asked Han Shoror suspiciously, did you really find traces? It's only a distance of 15 kilometers. It won't take long to walk there. If you don't believe me, just follow me and take a look. Han Shoror shrugged and didn't say anything else. He took the lead and headed in that direction. When Han Shoror was about to disappear from their sight, Carmelita softly shouted, let's go and take a look. I don't think this fellow has the guts to deceive me. If he really dares to do so, even if he's Donna's friend, I'll make him pay. After she said that, the crowd quickly followed behind Han Shoror. The plump woman, Karina, stared hatefully at Han Shoror's back and was secretly sulking. Soon, they arrived at the area behind Han Shoror. At this moment, Han Shoror was squatting there, pretending to observe something. When Carmelita came to his side, he calmly stood up and pointed at the ancient trees that had been reconnected. He said, other than those who cultivate the energy of life, I can't think of anyone who would be so friendly to these trees. What do you guys think? Carmelita only took a glance at the trees before she immediately cried out in surprise and said, there are indeed traces of energy of life. That's right, those fellows must have been here. The truth was right in front of them. Karina, who originally intended to embarrass Han Shoror, also covered her mouth and exclaimed softly. When she looked at Han Shoror again, her gaze was already different. In front of Carmelita, Karina hesitated for a moment before she reluctantly said, I'm sorry, I was indeed narrow-minded. It seems like you really aren't a burden. This woman was straightforward with her words. Although she never gave face to others, she had the courage to admit her mistakes. This was a rare trait. Han Shoror observed for a moment and discovered that Karina seemed to be sincerely apologizing. He knew that this plump woman wasn't a bad person. He nodded in his mind and said, forget it, I won't take it to heart. Those divine guards from the House of Saint who came with Carmelita also clicked their tongues in amazement. Their gazes when they looked at Han Shoror were clearly filled with respect. Youngster, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. Haha, I knew that Donna wouldn't speak nonsense. Very good, if we can find and kill those fellows, I will reward you. Everyone in the City of Shadows knows that I'm the most generous. Carmelita was very happy and did not conceal her praise for Han Shoror. All right, before we find those fellows, we will listen to you. What should we do next? Carmelita continued to ask. Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile in his heart. That was all he had found through his demon generals. He had absolutely no idea where those people were. Faced with Carmelita's unwavering trust, Han Shoror didn't know what to do. Chapter 698. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shoror decided to tell the truth. Those who cultivate in the Edict of Life have great advantages and conveniences in nature. So far, I have only discovered this one anomaly. What we can do next is to explore and see if we can find any other traces. Is that so? Alright then, let's move forward from here and explore deeper into the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. Carmelita understood that those who cultivate in the Edict of Life were indeed very difficult to deal with. In addition to the fact that Han Shoror had already proven his abilities, she did not feel that Han Shoror was incapable. Therefore, she immediately agreed with Han Shoror. The party continued venturing deeper into the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. The demon generals that Han Shoror released continued to extend outwards with this region as the center, carefully observing every rock that might contain any clues. As they traveled 100 miles into the Miasma Cloud Mountain range, they encountered many powerful magical beasts along the way. But under the protection of the divine guards of the House of Saint, those powerful magical beasts kept their distance. They did not dare to provoke this group of terrifyingly powerful gods. After the demon generals spread out, they continued to fly all over the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. However, they could not find any traces of those people. Carmelita started to get annoyed when she saw that they had arrived at the center of the mountain range. The miasma was getting thicker and thicker. "Have you found anything yet?" Karina asked Hanshaw again. She was gradually losing her patience. Seeing that there was no trace of those people, she was clearly getting anxious. The miasma cloud mountain range is too vast. It's impossible to find any clues so quickly. Hanshaw bunched his brows. He felt very helpless that his demon generals could not find any traces of those people. However, there was really nothing he could do. "My lady, how about we split up? That way, we can cover a larger area." Karina hesitated for a moment before she asked for Carmelita's opinion. "No. If we split up, our chances of finding them will increase. But if we run into them, it will be too dangerous. Perhaps they will be killed by those people before they can send out any information." Carmelita flatly rejected. She sighed helplessly and said, "Let's continue searching. Who knows, we might find some clues very soon." Karina did not insist. She too let out a sigh and the party followed behind Hanshaw. They started to wander aimlessly around the mountain range. Before he knew it, another 5 days had passed. Although Hanshaw had yet to explore the entire miasma cloud mountain range, with the help of those demon generals, he had explored every region of the mountain range. However, he did not discover anyone cultivating in the energy of life. All the demon generals found were some magical beasts wandering all over the place and some rare treasures of heaven and earth. Gradually, not only was Karina getting fed up, even Hanshaw himself felt that this wasn't the way to go on. He even started to doubt the reliability of Karina's information, and even suspected that those people had long since left the mountain range. Carmelita, on the other hand, had run out of patience. Along the way, whenever she felt agitated, she would randomly blast the surrounding mountains and ancient trees, making it even more difficult for the demon general to observe her. "Perhaps those people are really gone. Come, let's leave this place." After another day, Carmelita lost her patience and officially gave the order to leave. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when she said that. They had long been unwilling to continue doing useless work in the miasma cloud mountain range. Carmelita made up her mind. No one had any objections and they prepared to leave the miasma cloud mountain range. "Wait." Hanshaw, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke just as everyone was about to fly into the sky and use the airship to return. "What's wrong?" Carmelita rolled her triangular eyes and looked at Hanshaw doubtfully. She asked, "We haven't found anything in the past 10 days. Could it be that we have found something before we leave? There is a large cave on a lush mountain in front of us. Magical beasts are constantly coming out of it. I didn't pay attention to it before, but now that I think about it, could there be something strange in that cave?" With the help of a demon general, Hanshaw discovered that even more magical beasts were gradually coming out of the cave. He immediately became suspicious. Judging from the behavior of those magical beasts, it seemed that they had been chased out by force. "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember now. Some of the small mountains in the miasma cloud mountain range have sparse vegetation, but that mountain is a little strange. The vegetation on it is very lush. Are you talking about that mountain?" The one-eyed fat woman, Karina, took the opportunity to ask. She also seemed a little surprised. "Yes, that's the mountain," Hanshaw said doubtfully. "The vegetation on that mountain is so lush. It seems a little special. Also, the magical beasts in that cave seem to have been chased out. It seems a little strange inside. We have explored so many places in the miasma cloud mountain range, but we haven't found any traces. Could it be that those people are hiding in a cave on one of the mountain peaks?" Upon hearing Hanshaw's words, Carmelita, who had given the order to leave, had her hopes reignited. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Come, let's go and take a look. Perhaps there really is something strange in that cave." Under Carmelita's instructions, the party returned to the mountain peak they had passed. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, they could clearly see some oddly shaped magical beasts walking out of the cave one after another. Some of the magical beasts appeared to be panic-stricken and immediately dispersed when they saw Carmelita and the others. The magical beasts on Elysium were much more powerful than those on Profound Continent. However, their intelligence seemed to be the same. For some reason, although they had long surpassed rank 5 or even rank 6 or 7, Hanshoro hadn't seen many of them that could take human form. In the blink of an eye, the magical beasts scattered in all directions. One of Hanshoro's demon generals took the opportunity to burrow into the cave. The demon generals that entered the cave soon discovered that there were more magical beasts leaving the cave. There were many paths in the cave and no one knew where they led to. Let's go in and take a look. This place is really strange. Carmelita led the way into the cave. The party, including Hanshoro, followed closely behind her. The cave was extremely spacious. Not long after they entered, they came to a fork in the road. Carmelita didn't know how big the cave was, but she felt that there shouldn't be any danger inside. She finally agreed to split up and investigate after Karina suggested that they should immediately shout for help if they discovered any abnormalities. With 2 forks in the road, Karina volunteered to lead a team of divine guards. Hanshoro naturally followed Carmelita. Gradually, new forks appeared in front of the party. At Carmelita's signal, a few more people split up from the party. As more forks appeared, the number of divine guards around Hanshoro gradually decreased. In the end, only Hanshoro, Carmelita, and 2 divine guards continued to advance. At this point, they didn't run into any more forks. The other demon generals that were roaming around the Miasma Cloud mountain range entered the cave one after another. They wandered around the complicated cave. Some followed Karina, some followed the other divine guards, and 2 scouted ahead for Hanshoro. The magical beasts they encountered along the way would attack any living being that approached them with all their might. However, against the divine guards, the magical beasts didn't stand a chance. One after another, they were slaughtered in the spacious cave. Suddenly, with the help of one of the demon generals scouted ahead, Hanshoro discovered that there was an enormous lava cave at the end of the cave. The rocks were like red-hot soldering iron. They carried an astonishingly high temperature and were dripping with magma-like red liquid. Faint smoke would rise from the rocks when they touched the ground. The temperature was astonishingly high. Demon generals were cold-blooded by nature. Even they couldn't withstand the high temperature and didn't dare to venture too deep. However, through the observation of his demon general, Hanshoro discovered that there seemed to be some sort of peculiar aura ahead of the lava cave. It was as though someone had formed a chilling aura to expel the heat from the lava cave. Among the party that followed Carmelita to the Miasma Cloud mountain range, none cultivated in the energy of water. Therefore, the person creating the chilling aura deep in the lava cave was definitely not one of them. Hanshoro immediately determined that there was a problem. He ordered his demon general to retreat a little. Hanshoro hastily said to Carmelita, "There should be a lava cave up ahead. The temperature inside is extremely high. However, there seems to be a cooling aura deep in the cave. It seems to come from a god cultivating in the energy of water. I'm certain that there's a problem up ahead. Should we summon the divine guards to investigate the situation?" "Ah, it's true," Carmelita cried out in surprise. Her ugly face revealed genuine joy. She hastily said, "Come, let's hurry up and check out the situation. There's no need to inform those guys. None of them are stronger than me. Even if they come, they won't be able to help us." After hearing her words, Hanshoro thought about it and didn't try to persuade her any further. He immediately followed Carmelita and the 2 divine guards towards the lava cave. With a precise destination in mind, they soon arrived at the demon general's location. As soon as Carmelita stood there, she let out a cold groan and said, "As expected, Brian, you were right. There are indeed people cultivating in the energy of water in there. Recently, the ice goddess and the goddess of nature, god of light, have been very close. It's normal for them to have people cultivating in the energy of water in their party. Right, Brian, you can retreat for now. I will go in and finish them all off." In Carmelita's eyes, Hanshoro's strength was meager. A low god couldn't even be considered cannon fodder in such a situation. Carmelita, this ugly girl, still cared about Han Shuor's life and death at such a time. This touched Han Shuor's heart. He nodded and said, "I understand." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuor did not advance but retreated instead. He assumed a posture of "I'm going to retreat immediately." After pursuing for so long, Carmelita finally discovered traces of her enemies. In her anxiety, she immediately charged into the depths of the lava cave. As she possessed high god strength, she naturally formed a field of destruction around her, isolating all the high-temperature red liquid that dripped down from the lava cave. The two divine guards that came with Carmelita also entered the lava cave very conscientiously. They formed their domains of divinity and utilized the divine energy around them to resist the dangers of the lava cave. They quickly disappeared from Han Shuor's sight. When all three of them had rushed into the lava cave, Han Shuor unhurriedly brought out the metal elite zombie and opened up an additional passageway that led straight into the lava cave. From another secluded corner, the metal elite zombie reached the depths of the lava cave. Han Shuor's demonic body was impervious to fire and water. Therefore, he wasn't affected by the high temperature of the lava cave. Through the small hole that metal elite zombie made, Han Shuor could observe the situation in the depths of the lava cave. When Han Shuor took a closer look, he discovered that an intense battle was going on inside the lava cave. The two divine guards that had charged into the lava cave had been killed. Their corpses were not far from the small hole that Han Shuor had made. At this moment, the incomparably ugly Carmelita was being besieged by two experts. Although she was attacking in a frenzy, Han Shuor could see that she was gradually losing ground. One of the two experts besieging Carmelita was a spirited old man holding a withered wooden staff in his hand. He cultivated in the energy of life. That withered wooden staff constantly released greenish gaseous threads that resembled flexible and tough tree branches that wrapped around Carmelita. The other expert was a cold and elegant beauty. She had a tall and slender figure and an ice-cold face. Her entire being was like an icicle that would never melt in 10,000 years. Cold divine radiance constantly shot out from her fair and tender hands. Even the high temperature of the lava cave was completely covered by her. Both of them possessed high god strength while Carmelita was merely an early-stage low god. Even if the two experts possessed strength equal to hers, it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. Moreover, there were 6 mid-gods of extraordinary strength surrounding the two experts. They stood in a 6-point star formation and appeared to be preparing to assist the two high gods with some sort of magical formation. Carmelita looked as though she had gone insane. Her face was hideous and terrifying. While dealing with the thunderous attacks of the two experts, she charged at an enormous boulder as though she wanted to destroy it. Following Carmelita's gaze, Han Shuor discovered that it was an azure boulder covered in dazzling speckles that resembled dazzling stars. The speckles seemed to be moving rhythmically on the surface of the azure boulder while emitting mesmerizing radiance. It was so beautiful that it was dazzling. "Heaven's gift!" cried Han Shuor in a low voice. His face was filled with unconcealable shock. As he gazed at the dazzling azure boulder, he finally understood why that old man who cultivated in the Edict of Life would travel thousands of miles and risk his life to come to the Darkness Dominion. Han Shuor also understood why Carmelita would disregard everything to destroy that beautiful boulder. It was because the speckles on the surface of the dazzling boulder were moving like stars in a natural trajectory of the Edict of Life. Anyone who cultivated in the Edict of Life could deeply understand the essence of the Edict of Life by comprehending those trajectories. Chapter 699. Having been on Elysium for some time, it was only natural that Han Shuor had heard of the Heaven's Gift. There were some places that would magically form this kind of incomparably wondrous rock. Often, the rock would contain the profound mysteries of every major energy. Every god who diligently pursued the profound mysteries of energy could make a breakthrough by comprehending the energy contained in the Heaven's Gift. Heaven's Gift was even rarer than divine essences of other energies. Naturally, its preciousness couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Divine essences could increase one's divine energy, while Heaven's gift could increase one's understanding of the profound mysteries of energy. It could also be used by multiple people of the same energy. That azure Heaven's gift was glowing with a misty blue light. The dazzling specks of light on its surface made it seem as though the Heaven's gift was reflecting the vast and mysterious starry sky. The dazzling stars within the Heaven's gift were slowly moving according to some kind of marvelous trajectory. It gave one the feeling of being in a dreamland. A god cultivating in the edict of life, as long as he earnestly cultivated by looking at the Heaven's gift and comprehending the moving specks of light on the Heaven's gift, his understanding of the edict of life would be greatly enhanced. Those who cultivated in the edict of life had risked their lives to travel thousands of miles to this place. Of course, it was for this enormous Heaven's gift. There were two types of Heaven's gifts. The first type could be moved and the second type would grow according to the terrain. Generally speaking, the Heaven's gift in the lava cave would lose its miraculous effect as soon as it left the place where it was born. It was obvious that the Heaven's gift in this lava cave belonged to the second type. Otherwise, those who cultivated in the edict of life would have dragged the enormous Heaven's gift away long ago. When Carmelita saw the Heaven's gift, she naturally wanted to destroy it at all costs. Otherwise, if she allowed those who cultivated in the edict of life to comprehend the profound mysteries of energy, that fella's strength would only grow stronger and stronger. The battle in the lava cave had reached a critical juncture. Under the all-out attacks of two high gods, Carmelita, the ugly genius of the City of Shadows, was in dire straits. Not only was she unable to approach the Heaven's gift, she had no choice but to repeatedly retreat. Moreover, she had already sustained injuries. Foolish woman, this is the right time to leave. Walk out of this miasma cloud mountain range alive, return to the City of Shadows with a few high gods, and destroy this place. Han Shoror cursed loudly in his heart when he saw Carmelita attempting to destroy the Heaven's gift while being obstructed by two high gods of the same rank. Soon enough, 6 mid-gods of the energy of life formed a hexagram formation and formed a boundary. They blocked the only exit behind Carmelita, preventing her from leaving the lava cave. Mr. Disker, why are you still hesitating? If we don't kill her, you won't be able to comprehend the force of life in peace once this crazy woman leaves. Moreover, it will be very difficult for us to walk out of the darkness dominion, the icy beauty said coldly with her long silver hair fluttering in the wind. The old man who had been holding back finally snapped out of his hesitation. Perhaps the allure of the Heaven's gift was too great, but even he, a cultivator of the energy of life, who had never put his life on the line, had no choice but to unleash his full strength at this moment. In this way, Carmelita, who was already exhausted, was in an even more dangerous situation. Under the entanglement of the old man's green twig-like strands of energy, the cold, white-haired beauty repeatedly sent ice divine energy into Carmelita's body, breaking through the defense of Carmelita's destructive force field. Carmelita's footsteps began to stagger. The 6 mid-gods who had constructed the boundary were firmly guarding the only entrance. Not only was the lava cave incomparably sturdy, it was practically impossible for her to break through the thick layer of rock to escape. Soon, Carmelita fell into a real crisis. At this point, not only was it difficult for her to destroy the Heaven's gift, it was also difficult for her to leave this place alive. It was only at this moment that Han Shoror noticed the remorse and anxiety flashing in Carmelita's eyes. Unfortunately, it was a little too late for this crazy woman to wake up. When Han Shoror saw that Carmelita was about to perish in the hands of the two high gods, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to rescue her. After making up his mind, Han Shoror immediately used Metal Elite Zombie's energy to secretly create a few tunnels in the dense lava cave. Those tunnels only had a thin layer of rock and could be easily broken through to escape. Metal Elite Zombie had an innate ability in this aspect. Even the two high gods couldn't detect his little movements. Very quickly, he helped Han Shoror set up everything. Han Shoror flew around through the tunnels that Metal Elite Zombie created in the lava cave. He was trying to find a suitable position from which to bring Carmelita in. Fat. The white-haired beauty stabbed Carmelita's abdomen with a slender and long ice sword. Carmelita let out a shrill and miserable shriek. Her body involuntarily shot towards one of the rock walls that Metal Elite Zombie had tampered with. Han Shoror was overjoyed and hastily dashed towards that area. Boom! That layer of rock wall was blasted apart by her body. It was at this moment that Han Shoror arrived. He immediately grabbed Carmelita by the back of her clothes and fled into the depths of the lava cave with all his might. At the same time, the Metal Elite Zombie, who had a tacit understanding with Han Shoror, used his innate talent to rapidly heal the caverns behind Han Shoror. The caverns that the Metal Elite Zombie had tampered with earlier miraculously started to slowly move again. The two high gods in the lava cave stared blankly for a moment. They didn't know why the lava cave would suddenly collapse at the first blow. By the time they came to their senses, they discovered that the rocks at the entrance of the lava cave had automatically healed themselves. The white-haired beauty screamed, after her, "Rumble! Rumble!" She rapidly attacked the tunnels that Metal Elite Zombie had healed. However, the rocks in the lava cave were indeed shockingly hard. Although loud rumbles could be heard from the lava cave under her bombardment of divine energy, the rocks did not shatter. It seemed that the rocks had undergone some miraculous changes after being repeatedly baked by the high temperature. Let's chase after them from the exit. That woman definitely didn't come here alone. We have to kill all of them in order to prevent anyone from discovering the heaven's gift. The callous beauty who cultivated in the energy of water was indeed a calm and ruthless high god. When she realized that she couldn't blast the rocks away, she decisively changed her mind. With things having come to this point, Diska had no choice but to follow her plan. He nodded and said, "I'll stay here alone to guard the heaven's gift. I'll leave the matters outside to you." The white-haired beauty nodded indifferently and instructed the 6 mid-gods of the Edict of Life, "Follow me. All you need to do is to stop the escapees. Leave the killing to me." She knew that it would be rather difficult for these mid-gods of the Edict of Life to kill people. As soon as this ruthless, beautiful, white-haired beauty led the 6 mid-gods out of the lava cave, she started a massacre. Those divine guards of the House of Saint who had spread out to pursue the outsiders were all mid-gods. Moreover, they were not in a group. None of them were a match for this ruthless high god. Miserable screams could be heard from the cave. The ugly genius, Carmelita, who was grabbed by Han Shoror's hand, had already suffered minor injuries. Then, the white-haired beauty stabbed a sword into her abdomen, worsening her injuries. At such a crucial moment, she had sunk into a muddle-headed state and was unable to provide any help to Han Shoror. Han Shoror could do nothing to stop the divine guards being killed one after another. Using Metal Elite Zombie's strength, he continued to widen the tunnels that did not have exits and headed towards the outskirts of the mountain. When he was about to reach the outskirts of the mountain, Han Shoror suddenly discovered the one-eyed fat woman, Karina, who was fleeing in a panic. She obviously understood what was happening inside the mountain and desperately wanted to escape from it. Unfortunately, the passageways inside were twisting and turning. In her haste, she simply couldn't figure out the way back, and could only circle around in a small area. According to Han Shoror's demon generals, Han Shoror believed that once that woman who cultivated in the energy of water killed those divine guards of the House of Saint, Karina would not be able to escape death. Damn it, it doesn't matter if I'm carrying one burden or two. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shoror decided to help that plump woman Karina. He ordered Metal Elite Zombie to split open a tunnel not far away. Han Shoror suddenly emerged from the tunnel and shouted, "Follow me." Karina was startled by Han Shoror, who suddenly popped his head out from behind a rock wall. She subconsciously prepared to attack Han Shoror, but just as she was about to attack, she discovered that he wasn't an enemy. At this moment, Karina was flustered. As soon as she saw someone leading the way, she didn't even think twice before burrowing into the rock wall. As soon as Karina entered the cave, Han Shoror hastily continued to rush forward. Karina didn't even think or utter a single word as she closely followed behind Han Shoror. Metal Elite Zombie, who was hiding in the middle of the rock wall, also took the opportunity to walk out from the rock stratum behind Karina and closed up the cave that was opened up. The demon general had already figured out the situation inside the mountain. On top of that, With Metal Elite Zombie, the king of the mountain, Han Shoror quickly made his way out of the mountain using the fastest path he could. Carrying the muddle-headed Carmelita in his hand, Han Shoror continued his escape plan, flying forward at top speed. Karina followed closely behind Han Shoror. As soon as they walked out of the dimly lit mountainside, she immediately discovered Carmelita in Han Shoror's hand. She cried out involuntarily in alarm, "What happened to Miss? What happened to Miss?" Her voice was filled with sincere concern. She seemed very anxious. As a mid-god, Karina's speed wasn't much slower than Han Shoror's. Han Shoror briefly described what happened to Karina before he softly shouted, "Now is not the time for nonsense. Here, take Carmelita with you. We need to leave the Miasma Cloud mountain range as soon as possible. There are 2 high gods of extraordinary strength here as well as the Heaven's Gift. We have to leave this place and invite experts to come with us. Only then will we have absolute certainty of victory." After receiving Carmelita from Han Shoror, the one-eyed plump woman knew that the situation was urgent. She flew high into the sky above the Miasma Cloud mountain range. She wanted to bring Carmelita away from this dangerous mountain range as quickly as possible. "Get down here!" Han Shoror shouted angrily. He hastily explained to Karina's puzzled gaze, "The Miasma Cloud mountain range is a natural barrier. Miasma is everywhere in this place. Moreover, the peculiar miasma has the miraculous effect of obstructing divine senses. It is safest for us to escape from the Miasma Cloud mountain range. Once you fly high into the sky and escape from the cover of the miasma, you will lose this natural barrier and the chances of being discovered and pursued will be greater." Karina had been acting irrationally because she was worried about Carmelita's condition. But after hearing Han Shoror's explanation, she immediately understood that Han Shoror's method was the correct one for the time being. She hastily stopped her ascending body and quickly descended. She cast a grateful glance at Han Shoror before flying towards the outskirts of the Miasma Cloud mountain range. At this moment, with the help of his demon generals, Han Shoror discovered that the white-haired beauty was leading 6 mid-gods of the Edict of Life. Her hands were covered in blood as she rushed out from the belly of the mountain. After sensing with her divine soul for a moment, she suspiciously looked all around and immediately chased after Han Shoror and Karina. Her speed was obviously faster than Karina's. "She's coming." Han Shoror's expression changed. He hastily said to Karina, who was running in a panic, "Follow me. Do not destroy any vegetation. Otherwise, she will be able to track us down." That white-haired beauty was able to determine the correct direction because she had discovered the footprints Karina left behind when she was in a hurry. Han Shoror was afraid that Karina would make another mistake and hastily reminded her, "I'll give you the young lady. Take her and leave safely. I'll think of a way to distract the pursuers." Karina seemed to have realized that she couldn't bring Carmelita out of the Miasma Cloud mountain range alive. When she saw that Han Shoror was terrifyingly rational under such circumstances, she felt that Carmelita's chances of survival would be the highest if she distracted the pursuers. Therefore, she didn't even ask for Han Shoror's opinion. She stuffed Carmelita into Han Shoror's hands while she deliberately left behind some tracks and headed in another direction. Han Shoror didn't even have the time to stop her from doing something foolish. Her plump figure had already disappeared. Han Shoror immediately felt some respect for her as he watched her resolute departing figure. He knew that although this woman treated people coldly and mercilessly, she could be trusted at critical moments. Han Shoror knew that the odds were against her. However, this was her decision and Han Shoror didn't stop her. He didn't continue to lament at such a critical moment. He sent a demon general to follow her while he flew in the opposite direction. With Karina risking her life to lead the way, Han Shoror discovered that the ice-cold woman was indeed chasing after her. Miasma was everywhere in the Miasma Cloud mountain range. Visibility was extremely low and the sensitivity of one's consciousness was greatly reduced. After leaving Han Shoror's side, Karina, who had made up her mind to sacrifice herself, calmed down. She didn't make another low-level mistake. She took advantage of the unique environment of the Miasma Cloud mountain range to maintain a suitable distance from the pursuers. 3 days later, the distance between the two grew larger and larger. Han-Shoror had also arrived at the exit of the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. Demon generals couldn't be too far away from Cauldron Spirit in the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. Han-Shoror had no choice but to recall the demon general that had been following Karina. This way, he wouldn't know if Karina was still alive or not. Not long after leaving the Miasma Cloud Mountain range, a vast river appeared before Han-Shoror. Without much hesitation, Han-Shoror brought the still muddle-headed ugly girl, Carmelita, and sprinted at full speed. Without anyone spying on them, Han-Shoror used his demonic yuan to activate the art of the demonic ninth heavens and increased his speed to the maximum. It took them half a day to cross the river and arrive at a swamp. Ua, ua. It was only then that Carmelita, who had been muddle-headed for the past few days, gradually regained consciousness. Her lifeless eyes gradually regained their luster. Carmelita's divine soul had adjusted from that state. At this moment, Han-Shoror took the opportunity to place Carmelita on a mud mound at the center of the swamp. He maintained a distance of a few steps from Carmelita and waited for her to fully awaken. The reason why Carmelita was muddle-headed was because Diska's life energy had affected her divine soul and bound her life energy. In addition to the heavy injuries inflicted on her divine body by the icy beauty, she had only just regained consciousness. What is this place? Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Finally, Carmelita slowly opened her triangular eyes. She saw Han-Shoror not far away and asked with a frown. Han-Shoror let out a faint sigh and said, "They should all be dead. Even Karina might not have survived." Sigh. After letting out a sigh, Han-Shoror recounted what happened in the Miasma Cloud Mountain range to Carmelita. She listened attentively to Han-Shoror's narration. Although she wore a wooden face, Han-Shoror discovered sorrow in her triangular eyes. All dead, all dead. Even Karina is dead. It's my fault. I didn't expect that two high gods would come. If I hadn't acted rashly, they wouldn't have died. Carmelita's triangular eyes were filled with tears as she muttered to herself. Although this woman was a little ugly, when Han-Shoror saw her heartfelt sorrow for those who died, he felt that she was a pretty good leader. It was at this moment that Han-Shoror felt that he should do something. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "It's not your fault. You don't have to blame yourself. Besides, this isn't the time for you to blame yourself. We should return to the City of Shadows as soon as possible and mobilize the experts in the city to eliminate those people in the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. We should destroy the Heaven's Gift in that mountain. That's right. I want them to pay with their blood. Those people can forget about leaving the Miasma Cloud Mountain range alive." Carmelita roared furiously. She stood up all of a sudden and was about to return to the City of Shadows as fast as she could. However, when she stood up, she suddenly let out a muffled groan. She noticed that the wound on her abdomen had been bandaged. "You were the one who bandaged it for me. And you were the one who dragged me out from the mountain?" Carmelita subconsciously covered her abdomen. Her triangular eyes glanced at Han-Shoror and asked puzzledly, "Yes. You are gravely injured. Don't recklessly use your divine energy. I will bring you back to the City of Shadows as soon as possible." Han-Shoror nodded. After Han-Shoror admitted to it, Carmelita sized up Han-Shoror with a strange expression for a while. After a long while, she resolutely promised, "After this incident, I will look after you in the City of Shadows. No matter who you offend in the City of Shadows, I will help you. Even if you have a conflict with Donna, I will support you. Then I will thank you in advance." Han-Shoror smiled. He walked over and grabbed Carmelita's arm, flying with her in the direction of the City of Shadows at full speed. Chapter 700. Carmelita was gravely injured. Naturally, Han-Shoror took care of her along the way. With the medicinal pellets he personally refined, Carmelita's wounds healed very quickly. Even the frigid air in her body was slowly diluted by the medicinal pellets. When Carmelita saw that Han-Shoror wasn't a healer but could refine something even more miraculous than a healer's medicines, she thought to herself that she had indeed picked up a treasure. As a gravely injured person, she could best appreciate the miraculousness of Han Shuor's medicinal pellets. She kept staring at Han Shuor all the way and asked him questions about them. Medicinal pellets did not belong to the category of demonic arts. Therefore, Han Shuor wasn't afraid that powerful enemies of Jiu Tianxie, the exalted demon lord, would be able to track him down through this. Therefore, he made up a story to Carmelita, claiming that an old pharmacist on Profound Continent had imparted it to him. Carmelita even believed him. So it turned out that even low-level material planes had wondrous people. As the Miasma Cloud mountain range was too far from the City of Shadows, Han Shuor had to fly with Carmelita for half a month. During this time, Carmelita and Han Shuor got along very well. Han Shuor would tell her about the interesting things that happened on Profound Continent. Now and then, he would add in some of his experiences on Earth. Carmelita clicked her tongue in wonder as she listened. Her terrible mood from the deaths of her subordinates gradually improved. During their conversation, Han Shuor learned that Carmelita had few friends due to her ugly appearance and bad temper. She would occasionally have one or two friends who were female. Donna was one of them. She had almost no male friends. They would either stay far away from her when they saw her or treat her like a master. This made her feel very bored. She knew that she was ugly and therefore spent all her time and energy on cultivation. Due to her appearance, she was easily angered and easily went berserk. Her personality became more and more eccentric. In addition to her strength and status, not many people dared to provoke her. Slowly, she became an anomaly in the City of Shadows, an evil woman that no one dared to provoke. But during this period of time, Han Shuor had interacted with her after she'd been injured, and discovered that she actually had a good nature. It was only because everyone treated her differently that she became so strange. Before they returned to the City of Shadows, the two had become best friends in the short dozen or so days they spent together. Han Shuor treated her injuries and from time to time, he would take the opportunity to ask her questions about the energy of destruction. Carmelita did not know that Han Shuor cultivated in the energy of destruction. Although she found it strange that Han Shuor would ask her about it, she explained her cultivation experience to Han Shuor in detail. It was true that Carmelita was extremely ugly, but everyone in the City of Shadows knew that she was a genius in the energy of destruction. This was something that Han Shuor soon had a deep understanding of. In just a dozen or so days, Han Shuor had gained a deeper understanding of the energy of destruction from this high god of destruction. Many things that were previously fuzzy suddenly became much clearer. One day, while discussing with Carmelita, Han Shuor's avatar that had been stuck in the realm of mid-stage low god was suddenly enlightened. He entered a silent state of breakthrough inside the cauldron of Myriad Demon. The two felt that time passed very quickly. On the 17th day, Han Shuor and Carmelita arrived at the City of Shadows. With Carmelita, the wicked woman of the City of Shadows, by his side, Han Shuor did not encounter any obstructions along the way. They arrived at the Saint Residence at the center of the city. The Saint Residence was located at the center of the City of Shadows and was also the City Lord's mansion. As the oldest family clan in the city, the House of Saint was even more powerful than the House of Lavas. When the divine guards of the House of Saint saw Han Shuor supporting Carmelita, they immediately caused a huge commotion in the Saint Residence. In an instant, the entire Saint Residence seemed to be bustling with activity. The family divine guards and elders of the Saint Residence hastily surrounded Carmelita and started asking her about her condition. Although Carmelita was a little ugly in the House of Saint, she had a very high status in the family due to her superb strength. Moreover, she was the daughter of the City Lord. Therefore, she was highly regarded by the family. Now that she was seriously injured, the entire House of Saint became busy. They quarreled for her sake. It was only when the patriarch of the House of Saint, the current City Lord of the City of Shadows, Wallace Saint, hurried over that everything calmed down. Wallace Saint was Carmelita's father. As a late-stage high god cultivating in the energy of darkness, Wallace gave off a majestic aura. He had a head of long, jet-black hair and a pair of dark grey eyes that glistened with divine light. He was more than 2 meters tall and had a sturdy body. When he stood there, He looked like an overbearing mountain. "What's going on?" Wallace asked in a deep voice as he supported Carmelita with his large hands. "There is a piece of heaven's gift in the Miasma Cloud mountain range. This is something our intelligence agency did not know. When I brought my men there, I discovered 2 high gods." Carmelita anxiously recounted the entire incident to Wallace when she saw her father coming over. After Carmelita finished, Wallace put on a grave face and said, "Stay at home and recuperate. You don't have to worry about the rest. I will send my men to take care of it." "No, I want to go. I want to see those people die in front of us," Carmelita said in a stern voice. It was obvious that she blamed herself for the deaths of those people. "I told you to stay at home and recuperate. If your injuries aren't healed, you can't go anywhere." Wallace straightforwardly refused. He turned to a gentle-looking middle-aged man and instructed, "Second brother, keep a close eye on her." "Understood, elder brother." Wallace's younger brother Andre nodded. He smilingly said, "Don't worry, I will make sure she recovers at the fastest speed possible. Elder brother, just go and do what you need to do." "All right." Wallace was immediately relieved after hearing his younger brother's words. Just as he was about to leave to take care of this matter, he suddenly saw Han Shore standing to the side and looking around in boredom. Wallace stared blankly for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he put on a pleasant face and said, "You are Brian, right?" "Yes, I'm Brian." Han Shore was rather flattered that Wallace, the most powerful person in the City of Shadows, had suddenly spoken to her. However, she did not show any signs of panic. She nodded very calmly, neither servile nor overbearing. Han Shore's calmness naturally surprised Wallace. He nodded in his mind and smilingly said, "Thank you for saving Han Shore. Keep this badge well. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can bring this badge to our House of Saint for help." "Oh, thank you." Han Shore did not stand on ceremony. He casually thanked Wallace and accepted the badge. The badge was pitch black and had the emblem of the House of Saint engraved on it. It was extremely heavy. Han Shore did not know what material it was made of, but it looked very exquisite. "All right, I have some matters to attend to. My daughter doesn't have many friends. If you have time in the future, feel free to visit the Saint residence. I believe she will welcome you very much." Wallace put on a friendly smile and quickly left with a group of gloomy divine guards. He immediately disappeared from Han Shore's sight. As the most powerful man in the City of Shadows, Wallace was known for his ruthlessness. He would not stop until his enemies were completely annihilated. The number of family clans he had annihilated numbered in the hundreds, if not hundreds. To be able to stand out in the House of Saint, it could be said that he had stepped on corpses along the way. He was by no means a benevolent person. However, Wallace was never stingy with his generosity towards his friends. As long as they were allies that had no conflict of interest with him, he would be very friendly. This was also the reason why the City of Shadows had always been safe and sound despite being in charge of it for so many years. After Wallace disappeared from Han Shore's sight, Andre kept persuading Carmelita smilingly. Carmelita knew that although her father usually doted on her, once he had made a decision, no one could change his mind. After her father, Wallace, left, she had no choice but to accept her fate. It was at this moment that Andre started arranging for some healers to help her. "There's no need to hire any healers. Brian has already stabilized my injuries. I just need to use divine essences to recuperate for a period of time. I will be as good as new within a year." Carmelita complained impatiently, hinting to Andre not to waste any more time. Han Shore couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard Carmelita talking about using divine essences to recuperate for a period of time. He thought to himself, as expected of a large family clan. Even something as precious as divine essences can be used to recuperate. What Han Shore did not know was that Carmelita was a special character in the House of Saint. As a genius who could cultivate to high god realm in such a short period of time, no matter how much she resembled a demon, she would receive the grandest treatment. If it were any other descendant of the family clan, they wouldn't be treated as well as Carmelita. let alone recuperating with divine essences. They probably wouldn't even have the opportunity to increase their divine energy. This was the difference in reality. Andre obviously didn't trust Hanshaw too much. After hearing Carmelita's words, he kindly advised, "It's better to get a healer to take a look. After all, that friend of yours isn't a professional healer. There are some things he can't do at the same time." "Second uncle, you are so annoying. I came back with Brian. I know him better than you do." Carmelita impatiently showed the wound on her abdomen to Andre and said, "Look, with Brian's medicine, my wound has completely healed in a dozen or so days. Do you think an ordinary healer can do this? The more powerful a god was, the longer it would take for their wounds to heal and the longer it would take for them to recuperate. Carmelita was a high god. Even with the help of a healer, she would need at least a month to recover from a wound that penetrated her divine body. However, Hanshaw's medicine had cut the time by half. Andre wasn't an ignorant person. He immediately cried out in surprise when he saw the wound on Carmelita's abdomen. He looked at Hanshaw with some disbelief and asked, Brian, you are Brian, right? You were the one who bandaged Carmelita's wound? Cut the crap, second uncle. Hurry up and get me some divine essences. I need to recuperate from my internal injuries as soon as possible." Carmelita impatiently urged when she saw Andre's doubtful expression. Andre gave Hanshaw a few strange glances but didn't interrogate Hanshaw in detail. He nodded and left. Hanshaw noticed that when Carmelita asked Andre to get divine essences for her, the surrounding descendants of the House of Saint revealed looks of envy. It seemed that as they weren't geniuses, they wouldn't be able to enjoy the same treatment as Carmelita. "Brian, why don't you stay in our house for a while? I will properly thank you after I have recovered from my injuries," Carmelita invited. "Forget it, I'm not used to living in your family home. But I will stay in the City of Shadows for a while. When you have recovered from your injuries, I will come and visit you," Hanshaw said. There would always be all kinds of troubles in these ancient and large family clans. What Hanshaw feared the most at present was trouble, and therefore, he didn't want to provoke them. "Brat, don't wait until I have fully recovered. Come and visit me every month or two. Even if it's just to chat with me, that's fine. I don't have any friends in the City of Shadows that I can get along with. Even if I have a few friends, they seem to have ulterior motives when interacting with me. You are the only one I like the most. Remember, if you don't visit me often, as long as you are in the City of Shadows, I will be able to find you." Carmelita did not stop Hanshaw when she saw that he had made up his mind. She merely glared at Hanshaw threateningly with her triangular eyes. Hanshaw forced a smile and nodded in agreement. He waited until Carmelita started giggling in satisfaction before walking out of the saint residence. Although Carmelita was ugly, after interacting with her, Hanshaw discovered that she did not have any ulterior motives. She treated him like a friend without any ulterior motives. This made Hanshaw feel very comfortable. Donna and Hanshaw could be considered friends and their relationship could be said to be very harmonious. However, Hanshaw knew that Donna was trying to rope him into the Lava's family. She was so cordial and friendly in trying to rope him in mostly because of her own worth, unlike Carmelita who had no ulterior motives. Hanshaw sighed in his heart when he thought of this. No wonder Carmelita said that even though she had a few friends, she didn't interact with her without any ulterior motives. Who is she? She's a genius of the House of Saint, the most favored daughter of City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows. It's impossible that her friends wouldn't have any ulterior motives. For example, Donna. As Hanshaw's imagination ran wild, no one from the House of Saint stopped Hanshaw from leaving. When he returned to the wide streets of the City of Shadows and was thinking about what he should do next, he suddenly received a message from Little Skull. Hanshaw, who had not received a message from Little Skull for a long time, felt very warm in his heart. He rented a common gymnasium and summoned the Little Skull. He wanted to ask why Little Skull sent him a message. "Father, we have completely conquered the Netherworld. The aura of death on this continent is even denser. After some discussion, we feel that it's time to develop on this continent." Little Skull stood in front of Hanshaw and spoke in a childish voice, giving Han Shaw yet another fright. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.